hell Nyao. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Seinyan. Hello. Hi. How you doing? Good day. Oh my goodness. Hello. It's good to be here. Good to see you, Seinyan. How have you been? Have you been okay? How's everything? I missed you too, Seinyan. I missed you too. It's been so long, you know. It's been a minute. You know, we were here yesterday, but we were in Nyan's channel. But now we're here. Yeah, missed you too. Welcome back, Seinyan. Welcome back. Oh my goodness. Oh, Seinyan. Oh my goodness. I gotta say, you know, I'm affected. I'm affected deeply. I am affected very deeply. Yeah. So truly, sincerely from the entire District 5 experience. And yeah, it's been kind of wild. It's been kind of crazy. Yep. Now, I'm not a smoker. I'm not a smoker or anything. You know, I do not smoke. I do not condone smoking or anything. However, yeah, District 5, you know. People, I was so surprised it wasn't District 5 and it was like District V or something. Like, and I was like, wait a second. Because yesterday we were talking with Nyan, and we were talking about like how it was actually District V and then also like District 5. Like, おはようございます。おはようございます。ということで、お久しぶりです。お帰りなさい。そして、ただいまです。いや、もう、本当にね、もうなんか、何もかもね、遅れちゃってるんですけど、はい、なんかまあ今日は気軽にリラックスして、今日はその、なんていうんですかね、ディストリクト5の、ディストリクト V の、GTARP の、お話ができればと思います。まあ、there's a lot to cover, but you know, today I want to, you know, I think I want to kind of just like unpack the whole experience of District V. I have some nodoame. So I have some candy that I'm eating right now. Oh my goodness. I don't know what to say, Seinyan, but it has been truly a journey. And I did not think that it would be, you know. I did not think that it would be the journey that it became. And I don't know, Seinyan, do you have the big question I have for you is, do you have kind of any thoughts and questions about the character SJJ? Because today we are going to be talking about SJJ. We're going to be talking about the character. We're going to be talking about, like, for example, the motivations, the choices that we made, the kind of thought process and stuff like that, a little bit of behind the scenes. Yeah, like all that kind of good jazz, you know, I think we'll be talking about today. And yeah, so I'm curious though, because I'm very curious that if you have any questions, because for me, you know, I've kind of lived with this character for the last like kind of 2 weeks ish, somewhere around there. And so I'm kind of like used to it, right? Like I'm pretty like used to like, oh, this is probably what the character thinks or why he did this. But if I don't kind of mention it, or if I don't kind of say it, right, I don't think maybe that would come across from your perspective, right? So do you have any questions for SJJ? That is my kind of, yeah, that's kind of what I'm kind of very curious about. Yeah, you apparently you do. まあね、 DistrictV はね。Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I don't know where to start. It was a little bit of a crazy journey for SJJ, but I think there's a lot of misunderstandings about what he is, or like who he is, or like how he does things. Okay, so first question is, should I like put it up? Yeah, I should. Okay, you know what? I should do that. Just a sec. Let me do something. Let me work my magic here, okay? Let me work my magic here. Ding, ding. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, and then I'm gonna go like that. And then it's gonna go like that. And then I'm gonna go like this. Maybe down here. No, maybe up here. It's gonna be kind of messy, okay? You're gonna have to forgive me because it's gonna be a little bit messy. Okay. I see the vision here. I see the vision. Okay, alright. It's kind of... Okay, alright. So, here is the question. Jajang. It kind of works. It kind of works. Okay, it's not the cleanest. Not the cleanest, okay? Bam. Okay, see, now we have like a thing. That's pretty good. Okay. Cool. I don't know. I just woke up, okay, Seinyan? You're gonna have to forgive me because I'm like just barely awake, okay? So anywho, first question is, not sure if it was mentioned before, but what was the exact bet that brought SJJ to end up working for Los Santos EMS? The exact bet. Oh, okay. So I know this isn't illustrated. This isn't illustrated in any way, shape, or form because there just wasn't really a kind of like an opportunity to do so. But how I imagined it, this is like completely just imagination conversation, right? So this is in SJJ's mind, imagination, you know, how it would have been. In the first letter, it talked about the first letter was a little ambiguous, and it talked about kind of failing a job. So kind of in the plot line of SJJ, which wasn't like fully kind of like expressed clearly, SJJ failed a job, his final job, and he nearly died. Okay, he nearly died. He was saved by paramedics. Now, in his story, in SJJ's story, I wanted it so that he had... okay, so this is how I imagined it. SJJ was saved by paramedics. I think in that moment, right? In that moment, as he was on death's doorstep, right? I think he was given a second chance. You know, as the first responders were trying to save his life, and paramedics were trying to save his life. Throughout that experience on death's doorstep, I think he, whether it be some kind of spiritual force or some kind of greater thing or some kind of hallucination, you know, it could have just been a complete hallucination, right? All of these things, it doesn't matter what it was, how it's interpreted, who, you know, thinks or what, but from SJJ's perspective, I think in that moment, he made a bet with something. made a bet with whatever it is, right? You call it fate, call it whatever you want to call it, right? Doesn't matter. It's just this thing. It could have been a complete hallucination on his point. And the nature of the bet was simply, it was more so a challenge than a bet. But it was simply, if you live right now, something along the lines of, you have a second chance at living. But all you know, what, like, the only thing he knows what to do or how to do is to take lives, right? So I think the nature of the bet was simply, if you're so good at taking lives, you should be good at saving lives. So if you're able to save lives, truly, at a second chance in life, right? Maybe, just maybe, he'll be forgiven. And that is kind of like what he was going through. So again, this is not like clarified, this is not clear, this is not like, you know, mentioned at any point, like who said that or what said that, or if he was just talking to his conscious, you know. Maybe he did have a conscious that over, you know, from a child, right? Like maybe he was talking to his inner child, you know, who knows? Like who knows what it was, but that was kind of the bet that he had. Now, like the illustration of that wasn't really planned, right? And so it was just simply implied in the letter. But, you know, there's nothing, it's not too deep in that sense. But that's why his visit to the Los Santos was kind of like an opportunity to prove that, you know, he can save lives, and he can do good, right? Like he can do good, and this is the one chance that he has to do good. There was also a like another thing I considered for like a plot line that would be fun would be like if he was to survive for only 2 weeks or something. Again, this is like gonna go off like the realm of realism and stuff, but like, for example, another thing I imagined was if he was going to survive for 2 weeks, like he was only given 2 weeks, a 2-week opportunity to prove himself worthy of redemption, and that he was on borrowed time, and so after the 2 weeks were up, he would just disappear, you know. Some kind of like, you know, not really physical, not really kind of real thing, but like a spiritual thing. Like I thought that would be cool too. Like I thought that would be an interesting thing where if he was given a chance at 2 weeks to save lives, and then at the end of the 2 weeks he would just disappear because his time was up. I thought that would be an interesting thing, interesting approach as well. But yeah, I don't know. It's very loose. I think that's kind of, but the bet itself was kind of while he was on death's doorstep. I had another question. Like I had a question that isn't here that was asked through Streamlabs. 今回のね、ストリームラボですね。の素敵な応援からの質問なんですけど、こう悲しい結末ってなんかどの時点で考えてたかみたいな。Like the question was like, when did you think about like, you know, having SJJ like have a sad end, right? Like the question in Streamlabs was like, at what point did I think SJJ should have like a really sad end? Like I'm gonna say completely honestly, like I wanted him to have a really bad and sad end from the beginning. I wanted him to have like a really sad, you know, like bad end from the very get-go, from the start of everything. I wanted angst. I wanted his life to be miserable. I wanted everything to go against him. You know, that is just what I want. So I was kind of biased. Like for me personally, I was kind of biased, you know, like, but like no, it's not evil because here's the thing, Seinya, here's the thing, right? And this is even before the like really happy, positive, like, turning point in his life, right? With Ash and stuff, right? And EMS and stuff, right? Like, even before that, like I wanted him to be punished, because if you think about it, right, like it's a question of like, oh, I feel like this is kind of like one of those like book talks, you know. After you read a good book, and then like you sit around together with a group of friends, and you're just like talking about the book and like what you liked about it, what you thought about it, and like, you know, how you know what I'm talking about, like those, what is it, like those book sharing, like book club. It's like a book club, exactly. I need a book club in my life, Seinya. I need a book club in my life. So this is kind of the reason, right, is more of a question of morality, right? And I think it's a very deep question that is really difficult to go over in any scenario, especially in real life. But it's a very difficult question of morality, right? And it's a little too difficult, and it's a little too real, right? But if you think about it, and genuinely, right, if there is a contract killer like SJJ, who is truly indeed a victim of his own circumstances, right? A victim of the circumstances in which he was born or raised in, right? Just to survive, right? To cling on to life meant that he had to take others, right? In those circumstances, you know, is he guilty or is he not, right? Like, but he's guilty, you know. There's no way, you know, is he not? Seinya, what do you think? Is he guilty, Seinya? Is he not? Is like the victim of because, like, you know, he's a contract killer, you know, like that's what he does, you know. That's what he was raised to be, you know. Maybe he didn't have a chance at like a proper normal life, but that doesn't change the fact that he's taken so many, you know, he's taken so many lives. And so from my perspective, it's like, do I want to let him off? Like, do I want to let him have like a happy ending, you know, like a yay, congratulations, like, you know, like you know, you're good, you're kind, and, you know, all that kind of stuff, and like you're human now, and you're like, oh wow. Isn't it a difficult question, Seinya? Isn't it a difficult question? Because truly it is, right? Like sometimes maybe you know, he was a victim of his circumstances. What if he was like trained to do that, and he didn't have any, you know, say in doing that? That was his only way to kind of survive or something, you know, or he was brainwashed into doing that, right? Or maybe he did have an opportunity to change and stuff, you know, like so it's kind of hard, because you have a character that is guilty, right? Of like his actions are guilty, but is his morals? I don't know. You don't know. You know, it's hard, right? It's hard. He's a hard. I don't know. I think he's a difficult character. So it's interesting because even within like EMS, right? Like within EMS family, right? Does he deserve the kindness and the love that he receives in that sense? You know? It's a hard proposition, you know? No, and the thing is, he doesn't like to kill, right? He doesn't like to kill. And I think that's what I'm so happy that kind of comes across, because it's important. It's important for his character that he doesn't like killing. He does not like grilling, okay? He does not like grilling, okay? You know what? Grill. I'm gonna just say grill, okay? He does not like grilling. He doesn't think anything of it, right? SJJ does not think anything of grilling. And the reason is, and you see that like on multiple times, because for example on the island it was he had to do what he had to do. He did what he had to do. That's all. He just grilled, right? And then when he interacted with Remy, right? When he interacted with Remy, which was, interestingly enough, a friend that was, oh, it's so interesting, because like there's a dichotomy between Remy and Joe. Joe King and Remy are on two sides of this equation of SJJ. It's like it's so interesting. They're both good friends. Like they're both like meant to be like very close to each other, right? In different ways. But oh my goodness, Remy is on the quote unquote like evil side, right? Quote unquote, right? Like, because from what we know of the character, from SJJ's perspective of the character, Remy feels joy in it, you know, feels compelled to do so. Like there's something that drives the character to want to do it, right? But Joe, of course, Joe is a paramedic. He saves lives, right? And so Remy might end lives, Joe saves lives, but there's so much chemistry in between SJJ on two sides of the equation, right? And so there's a part of him where SJJ relates and like, you know, connects to Remy, but also connects to Joe in like a more fun way. So it's almost as if it's like two different like people that SJJ could have been, you know, his past, and you know, if SJJ had like a normal life, you know, maybe he would have been playing on a playground together with Joe, you know, like as a kid, you know, like that's the life that would have happened, you know, and they would be making like those jokes about, you know, their pants and stuff. They would make the same jokes about their pants, you know, in that side. But if SJJ interacted with Remy more, you know, like SJJ might have, you know, gone back to his old habits, not because he enjoys grilling people, right? But more so because he wants that company, like because he wants to connect, you know. Now he wants to, you know, kind of be like human in that sense, right? And because he only sees grilling as a tool, right, as like a thing, he'll be using grilling just to get close to, you know, Remy, not from the morality of it, but just simply as a tool to create like a connection, right? And that's tragic though. That's tragic. I feel like that's tragic, you know. Yeah, no, and so there's different dynamics, right? But Remy disappeared. And I think that's the case. SJJ just wanted to be seen. I think SJJ, his take on redemption was to be someone that is to live like a life, like a social life, almost like to have a social connection to people. But it was like the angel and the devil on your shoulder kind of thing, right? Where it was just like or the angel and the demon on your shoulders, right? And you choose one or the other almost. And in this case, it just happened to be that, like, you know, Remy disappeared early, right? But SJJ, I think he made it clear that it's not that he loves and likes grilling people. He made it pretty clear with Remy, because it was just to Remy, he was talking about how, you know, oh, I don't want to grill people, you know, like it's just something that I, you know, have to do, right? He doesn't find joy, it's just he just does, right? And that was like kind of a key moment to illustrate that, like, hey, he's just doing his job. So he's just kind of doing his job, you know, and that's not, I don't know. I think SJJ wanted to be saved. I think so too. I think that's why he came on a quote unquote vacation to Los Santos, right? He wanted to change in some way. He wanted to save, but the thing about so if you're someone, for example, that you've only lived a certain type of way, you've only lived a certain type of lifestyle for a long amount of time, right? And that's the only thing you know. Sometimes you don't realize what the alternative is to begin with, right? You're so in your element of what you're used to that after so long, you don't even know what that alternative might look like. You know there is an alternative. Like, there is an alternative way to live life, but you don't know what it looks like because you're so entrenched in a set lifestyle. And that is what SJJ, I think, is. Like, that's why he has zero social skills. He does not know how to talk to people. He's awkward to the max, especially when it comes down to like interacting with like, in dates and stuff, right? And he's kind of like starting from the beginning, right? Like how everybody starts at like middle school or elementary school or high school, right? How everybody kind of like learns to grow, right, as a child. Like as people grow as a child naturally, right, from kids hanging out on a playground to their first love, right, and being awkward, not knowing how to love, not knowing how to express their emotions, not knowing how to connect with people, right, all the way to like having heartbreak, finding that sometimes it doesn't work out, right? All of these things, normal people, right, will have experienced that by the time they become an adult, right? And when you become an adult, right, you have that like wealth of experience to kind of build your decisions on. But the whole idea is that SJJ never had that. Never had that, right? As a child, he was forced to just be a griller. He grilled people as a child. Like that's what he was, right? So if SJJ never had that, the time he starts, like the first time he has friendship, right, it almost starts from it starts from a position of like almost like a kid, his like, I don't know, his like way of interacting in between friends is like a child. That's what I wanted to really portray, was how like he acts with Joe is like a very like pure, like natural, but also like a very childlike, their jokes are kind of childlike, and we as adults now, right, like we've probably already had that, as a child. Like we've talked about that at some point, probably, like hee hee ha ha, you peed your pants, hee hee, right? Like that's something that that kind of stuff is like like it's just fun that we've already had. But to SJJ, this is like his level of understanding, that is what he finds funny. He's so young, he's not physically young, but he is young because he's never had these experiences. And so that really fit well, that dynamic really fit well too, but then when it comes to love, right, again, he's never loved, he doesn't have the opportunity to love. He's never loved, right? And so when it comes down to like romance, right, like love and romance, he doesn't know how to navigate that. He doesn't know how to navigate that, and because he has no experience in that way, he's kind of relegated all the way back to almost like this really innocent, like really kind of dumb, innocent not dumb, but you know, like really puppy love, right? Because he doesn't know how things works. He doesn't know, you know, too much. You know, he's at that awkward position, right? And so that's why his interactions, I think, with Ash were so like interesting. They're so well played, because you can tell that it's like very like innocent. You know what I mean? Like their relationship is like very one of like a lot, like one of innocence, you know, very truly just like so like almost like you know, your crush in like elementary school or middle school or something. You know, it's like that kind of like relationship where it's very wholesome, and it's also very underdeveloped, right? It's very underdeveloped, and I think that was also kind of special. I think that was like really meaningful for it to be that way, and that's also why he would 100% fail. That's also why I think he would have 100% failed with Winnie, right? Who was initially there, you know, in kind of like that whole arc, right? Because Winnie is more, you know, outgoing, more like, you know, serious, almost like very, but also more used to it, it seems, right? Like from a character standpoint, very much more used to it, right? And so then that, you know, that wouldn't really match up in that sense, right? When SJJ himself is so underdeveloped, right? His understanding, his feelings, and his approach to love is so underdeveloped, it wouldn't really match, right? So I don't know. It was pretty crazy. It was pretty crazy. Yeah. So anyways. Ooh, I have a... Okay, are you ready for this one? Oh, okay, so first... Yeah, okay. Let's do this one. Let's do it. Hi, Seinyan. Okay, jajan. Where do you see SJJ in the future? Happy end, right? Happy end. Seinyan, where do you see SJJ in the future? Where do you see SJJ in the future? I'm curious what you think, because I already have like kind of like a little bit of an answer in my mind, of like kind of extending it out a little bit. I don't think, to be honest, I don't think SJJ okay. So okay. So this is just my assumption, right? This is my kind of thought process, right? Are you ready? Let's okay. So SJJ SJJ kind of how it ended, right? First of all, SJJ how it ended. He clocked back in. He's back at work. He's back with the EMS family, right? He learns how to live. He's there. He's present. You know, he's having a fun time. He's enjoying. There are moments, right, with Ash, right, SJJ Ash. There are moments where they're very happy, you know, having a fun time, right? But again, like it is what you have to realize is that it is also with their characters, it is like puppy love, if at all. Right? And the thing is, I don't know if you noticed, Seinyan. I'm really sad to any like because remember, okay, we are our own people, right? So, you know, like we are the voices behind the characters, but the characters are characters, right? But the thing is, what you have to realize, even for the characters, right? The characters between SJJ and Ash, it was to the very end, even at the end, still very unclear what they were. It was very unclear what they were. Seinya. It was ambiguous. Now I know there are some that would have loved, you know, that, you know, they loved each other in a romantic way and they lived happily ever after. Who doesn't like a Hollywood ending, you know, etc. But the thing is, it's not necessarily, it wasn't even like necessary, like you can't really tell, you know. There's clearly, from SJJ's perspective, from my read of SJJ, I think he is feeling something that is different from, for example, his experience with Joe, right? Joe is the perfect foil in that sense, because Joe is his best buddy. You know, SJJ's best buddy is like Joe, right? Joe King is like his, you know, they have like jumped off piers together. They have gone through a haunted house and gone through some interesting situations together, right? Like they've gone on dispatch together and worked together, right? Joe is like his buddy, right? But it's a little different, if you can tell. Like if you can tell, like the relation between him and Joe and him and Ash is a little different, right? And so I think generally SJJ does like truly like Ash, right, as a character. But the thing is, right, there is so many meanings to like and love. And let me just step back from like SJJ, right, and let me just speak as Seible. I think love is such a general term, but people have very different kind of definitions for it. And so let's real talk for a second, Seinya. Let's real talk, right? People have many different definitions for love. Sometimes love is purely romantic. Sometimes love is, you know, portrayed as in a physical sense, right? Sometimes love is portrayed in a not physical, not romantic sense. You know, love is portrayed in like the purity of caring, right? The pure idea and belief of caring in someone, right? There are so many different types of loves out there, and I think that love is portrayed in so many different types in District 5 as well. The question is, there's always going to be, right, like in real life, right, there's always going to be different types of love, right? And the question becomes for SJJ, is that truly, right, is that truly the same love? Okay, so I love tragedy, so so I have to ask you, Seinya, I have to ask you, do you believe that SJJ's quote-unquote love was the same type as Ash's quote unquote love, right? You never really know. You don't really know, because from many of the instances, right? I think as a character, Ash's love comes more for the team, you know, a connection that's not romantic, that's something that, you know, that is, and this is just me kind of reading into their characters from a third person perspective. It feels more so like kindred spirits, you know, not necessarily you know, any type of like love interest in that sense, right? It's so then, you know, you wonder if the story continues, right? Are they really talking about the same type of love, you know? And that's so juicy to me, because that is so juicy. That is so juicy, Seinya. Like if it was different, oh my god, it would be peak drama. That would be exciting. because then we could see that like things would almost splinter apart, you know. Things would, you know, it would almost be like all of a sudden, right? Although they're on kindred spirits and stuff, you know, it's like a different direction. They go a different direction, right? Or maybe they don't. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't. I would think though that they do, you know. And me personally, I think that like those two characters would go a different direction. And I think that's what it comes down to, right? Because there is, I have to be honest with you, Seinya. I have to be honest with you. Like, in a realistic setting, right? Like a truly realistic setting, right? If someone has never, like, really understood and never experienced going through, like love, and all the intricacies behind it, right? Trying to like, you know, express love, being bad at it, right? Everybody has to at some point be bad at expressing love, right? Everyone's so you know, at some point so awkward at doing so. At some point they don't know how to do so. After you know, over time, maybe they learn how to communicate better, you know, how not to communicate, you know, all these different things, right? Like, SJJ does not have that opportunity. SJJ does not, you know, has not been able to do that, right? And that is a very unique characteristic of his personality. That's a unique characteristic of his background. But others do, right? So it's kind of like a bit of like, would that other person have that same hope or same idea, right? And would that other person want to wait? And realistically, no. Realistically speaking, right? Like, characters, people don't want to wait like that, you know. People do not wait, you know. It would take so much patience, too much patience, and 9 times out of 10 people just don't wait, you know. Especially if especially this is especially true if the nature of that love was different to begin with, right? So to answer your question, right, like, what would happen to SJJ in the future? I think SJJ would like be heartbroken, right? Because there is gonna be that moment where they both realize as characters that it's different. It's different kinds of love, you know? And that would make for such a beautiful story in and of itself. It would be such a beautiful story too. I don't know how SJJ would react though. I don't know how SJJ would react to that, right? Because that would be his first major challenge as like a fully fledged person, right? As like a person, that would be his most challenge, right? Biggest challenge, right? It's like your first breakup, Seinya. uh it's like your first breakup, right? Like the love of your life, your first breakup. Okay, Seinyan, like people learn so much from that. People learn so much from that, I think, right? Whenever that is, whenever, you know, whether that's like people dated young or people dated older, it doesn't matter. Like whenever it is, like that first breakup is probably something that like people in general, humans, right, learn so much from. Seinya, don't text your ex, okay? If you're gonna text your ex, text me, okay, Seinya? Text me here in the nyan pile, okay? I want my Sugi. Yo, let's go, what's up? I hope I'm not like talking like mad smack or anything, you know, like let me, I know since Ukinyan also, let me just do this for you. There we go. Yeah. But yeah, no, I think first breakups do teach a lot in life. And also, feel free, you know, Sugi, please, I hope I can call you just Sugi, unless it's like Sugi Aoki-san. Please do correct me, and also, you know, add on if you'd like, if there's anything that, you know, you find from like Ash's perspective too, because this is solely from what I know of SJJ. Also, Seinya, like I said, I stand by it. Okay, if you're gonna text your ex, you know, I'd rather you you know what? Let's do this right now. I'm gonna tweet right now. This is gonna be my text your ex column. And so if you're about to text your ex, just send it under my tweet, and then I will not read it. I will not care. But you'll get it out of your system, okay? No, no. Yeah, and it's a very, like, true. It's a very nice and personal friendship, yeah. I think, yeah, I think it's gonna be interesting, though, because, like, in the future, right? Like, when SJJ, when you bring the story... Is it crazy, Seinya? Wait, that's not crazy. I'll do it later, but in the story, when you kind of, like, extend it out over time, I feel that... Yeah, I think there would be kind of that realization, right? Because the thing is, SJJ is kind of serious, is the thing, right? SJJ is kind of serious. But he just doesn't know. He just doesn't know how or what or why, right? But the reason why he feels in this way, but the thing is, the story hasn't shown that difference, I think. Like, the story hasn't shown that difference because he's received like multiple kind of like he shut down like Winnie pretty hard. Like not like it's because like there was an alternate like timeline where it was it was but it was proper is the thing. I think for someone who's not good with like communication, him saying I think he was also a little hurt too, right? Like SJJ is hurt. The thing, the whole idea of SJJ is that he's emotionally underdeveloped. Like this guy is emotionally underdeveloped, Seinya. Like that, you have to understand. So like he's simple. He's emotionally underdeveloped. He's a little stupid. I feel like, you know, like in a good way. In a good way. But I think like because he did feel like kind of hurt, right? Because in his mind he did the best he could do, right? He took advice from everybody around him because he himself doesn't have like a point of measure or point of reference to understand like what a good date would be, right? Like he doesn't know, you know, that, right? So as soon as like Prophet comes up to him and says, hey, I can make it like, you know, work out, you know, but we can plan a like a robbery kind of thing, like a stand-up, and then you can get me because it's like the hero, right? From SJJ's perspective, you know, like everybody else knows better than he does. So whatever anybody else says is more, you know, more practiced or smarter than him, right? Because he has no experience, right? It makes total sense, you know. It makes total sense. And hey, it's like it doesn't seem morally, you know, bad to him because I mean he doesn't know. He's a griller, you know. He's the grill master, like he's the contract grill master out there. Okay, he's grilled for a living, you know. And so yeah, and Prophet is married, you know. SJJ knows it's a tax wife, but hey, who knows? Like he doesn't understand the difference between love and tax, you know. Like he's just, yeah, SJJ's kind of and so he takes that kind of you know, he takes it as it is, right? Like yeah, I think so. Wait, I think they didn't know enough to like really get to the point. SJJ thought he was, yeah, wait, I think so. Wait, SJ, yeah, SJJ is my English brain's not working today. My English, 英語わかりません。ごめんなさい。英語わかりません。So I think he was just underdeveloped. I think he feels like he hears one thing and then he just immediately thinks that it's one thing, right? He takes it as fact, right? And so when and so like, you know, when also when Ash, you know, suggests to help too, right? I think it was like EMS suggests to help with SJJ on his like first date, right? Which was like, oh my god, SJJ first date. Oh, you know, not everybody in EMS also knows just how underdeveloped SJJ is as like a personality, right? This is all kind of like not told at any point. Oh my god, SJJ is like first date. EMS is like on his, like he's got him, you know, like SJJ is nervous. He's like phoning in, like radioing in what to say on a first date that they can hear too. Oh my god, that they can hear too. I know this is on purpose, by the way, you know, like this is Seinyan, this is on purpose, okay? Like I know they can hear me, like this is for the bit, okay? The one part was just like, oh, what do I say? Like, what's a good compliment to say? That was frying me, Seinyan. That was frying me internally. Yeah, no, it was SJJ plus the entirety of EMS, like. and so yeah, no, like, and when we were considering like the whole like, I'll protect you, jump in front of like the you know, driving vehicle, you know, I also purposely made sure that like that conversation was like heard like on the radio, like in proximity, because I thought it would be funnier that way. And so that didn't really work out as planned, you know, like and it kind of did work out as planned because I didn't want SJJ to really, like, I don't know, I personally didn't really think SJJ, I was pretty set on not having a redemption arc for SJJ, not gonna lie. But I'm just so retroactive. I want to say this, I want to clarify, right? I'm very, very happy and I love just how everything turned out for his story, especially as it ends, you know, as it finally comes to a close, from what we see, right? I really love how it kind of concluded in a sense. Yeah. Oh yeah. I see. And but that's so right, neither the right mindset. I think neither of them were on the right mindset. It was yes. So another thing that I wish we were able to like explore on camera even more so. No, please. I really enjoy this kind of behind the scenes. This is behind the scenes, you know. This is kind of like behind the scenes in front of it's great, right? So the one thing I really wish we could explore was more so Ash's character too, right? Because we have to understand that like Ash also has like a very like in-depth like background, you know, like what are the things that like Ash as a character is like, you know, what are her motivations, what are her quote unquote like skeletons, right? Like what is she dealing with in the same way that like what is SJJ dealing with, right? And that's another side of the equation that I feel like I wish there were, you know, I wish SJJ wasn't so wasn't so, I guess, like, I don't know, like that would have been interesting, because I know like Ash's character had a lot to do with like her father, right? And you know, that would be another kind of whole dimension in seeing the differences between characters and how they approach things and why they approach things the way they do. And the thing that I really liked about those two characters was that in the same way that SJJ was so underdeveloped, right? In some ways, because he was so underdeveloped, he could just simply be honest, and he could just simply state that he liked them, you know, because there were multiple times, right, where SJJ would say, I like you, right? And with like meaning, as a character, right? And multiple times where it would be reciprocated. It doesn't matter like what type of like or what that means, but the lack of embarrassment behind it, right? The truth behind that dynamic was, I think, beautiful, right? Because that was the only thing I think, right, that was very clear. Like that was kind of clear. It was refreshing, because out of all of that like jumble mess of like awkwardness and not knowing how to act and not knowing what to feel or how to feel or all these things, right? That was the through point that he was still pretty good at portraying. Like that was the thing, because you know, whatever it was, whether it was like that elementary school crush type thing, or you know, however it was, or like finally a kindred spirit where he felt human, right? All of that kind of stuff, it was simply and cleanly portrayed in that way. But yeah, SJJ, I don't know, I'm surprised. I was really dead set. I was kind of dead set on giving him giving him a terrible time, but oh my goodness. I think EMS, like the EMS family and you know, Joe and Ash, I think because those two were the most he spent time with. And then also like the Soju Boys. The Soju Boys was an interest. I don't think he ever got used to it too. He never got used to the Soju Boys. I don't think he ever got used to it, you know. I don't think he knew what he was doing, to be honest. He was just kind of like roped in, and he was like, yeah, okay, is this what normal people do? Like it's funny. I equate SJJ's journey as someone trying, really trying to be normal after living a life of, you know, abnormal. I think yeah. Soji Voice was like, we would get roped into different side quests. I like the first part of like the entire first part has been like, you know, joking, Nayu, Seina, SJJ, and Dr. James occasionally. Just gambling. They were just always gambling. Like, it's so bad. But you have to realize that like he's trying to find like normalcy, right? And so he's very easily influenced by everything around him. So if that's kind of what it is, then it's like, oh, okay, so this is how he's supposed to do it. Albert too, exactly. Albert, yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I don't know what to say. Yeah. Oh, there's so much. See, there's so much. I have so much to say. Every single cinematic and also absolutely non-cinematic head pop and helicopter explosions and sirens and I was dying. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. It's so funny. It's so frustrating. It's so stupid. It's so stupid, Seinya. It's so stupid. いや、本当に。マジでバカだったよね、ほんま。なんかもう、めっちゃ悪いタイミングでクラッシュしたりとか、やばかったよ、ほんと。Q&A endurance stream. I just plan on yapping for as long as I do. I don't even care, Seinya. I don't even care, Seinya. Yeah. Oh my god. もう面白かった。ごめん。So I guess like to tell you the truth, I don't know. There is one thing. And I was surprised. I was genuinely surprised. Okay, so there was one scene, and it was the overlooking the city scene. It was after quote unquote a fun second date. SJJ and Nash, right, are in a car, right? It was a scene that Seinya, you gave me a bunch of doo-doo over. Okay, all right. I'm just gonna let you know. I'm gonna call you out, Seinya. You gave me so much doo-doo over that. Like, it's deserved. No, it's not. I'm innocent. We're playing characters here, okay? Like, I swear to this. No. I'm innocent. I'm always innocent. Okay, the entire world is at fault. Okay, yeah. It's everybody but me. Oh no. So there was that one scene where they kind of, it was a very like, I was analyzing that scene. It was like really, I felt so bad. Because in hindsight, as I was looking, it was such a difficult scene to navigate, I think, for Ash. And also, yeah, it was because oh my goodness, like it was really unclear. It was really unclear because SJJ was in a very interesting and difficult position there, because on one end in that scene, he wanted it's where he's wavering. He is wavering. SJJ was wavering, right? SJJ has an idea, right, of this kind of justice, right? He has an idea of this justice, but also he's grown to really like everybody, right? To like Ash, to like EMS family, right? He's grown to like that, the Soju boys, right? And so now right, he's become conflicted, right, because he believes, right, that the right thing to do is to come clean, you know. And he's also pained too, because the more he becomes human, the more he realizes, and the more he feels guilty, I think. And to answer your question of like what happens in the future, I genuinely think that the more and more he really becomes the person he was meant to be as like a person, right, the more and more he will never recover from what he's done. I want him to be a tragic case, you know, and I think that is the future. I think that is the future, because it's a testament to his humanity. It's a testament to his innocence. And it's ironic because the fact that he is so innocent and yet so guilty, the fact that he is innocent is what's gonna really, you know, get him in some way or shape or form, you know. So I think it is just doomed to begin with. Like he is doomed, whether it's like at the ending that we got or the ending in the future. But because I personally, like Seible, me, because I personally look at it that way, there was one thing that could have been very different about that conversation in the car. And I realized that me personally, right, behind the character, I was guilty of being biased here. Because I was dead set on getting this character to confess and to get locked up, to be disappointed in himself, to be, you know, just absolutely clowned on by like the internet, you know, all these things. Like I wanted everything bad so that he can feel that he deserved, like he can feel the proper kind of weight of what he's done, you know. But the other thing I realized later on was that what if he just confessed? Like, what if he truly just confessed there, you know? Like, what if he actually just opened up, like, sincerely there? It's so funny because, like, he opened up a little bit to Joe, and he opened up a little bit to Ash, right? He actually talked about exactly what he did to Ash, or with Ash, right? In the beach scene, right? Or the beach date, right? He opened up, right? But like when you really think about it, when you really think about it, he opened up, but he never let himself go. You know, he never let himself, or he never really truly opened up. Does that make sense? Because in that scene, in that car, it could have been just a more positive, and it could have just simply been, right, a spectacular peak moment, right, where he expresses all that guilt, right, of feeling that he wants to be punished, of feeling that, you know, he doesn't deserve all these things, right? All of these things he could have opened up about, and he could have also, right, put that into the realization that, you know, these things are made felt, or he feels these things because he has something that he really cares about, right? He could have done that, but he didn't. There's two. That was something I didn't realize. I didn't realize that was an option, actually. I was surprised that was an option, but I didn't realize that was an option. Yeah. And so what we did get was a very complicated, like, scene of, like, is it rejection? Is it not rejection? Are they going to be a thing? Are they not? Is he confessing? Is he not? Jonathan, I'm upgrading Jonathan to Jimothy, by the way. Yeah, I'm upgrading Jonathan to Jimothy the turtle now. Yeah, I think I'm liking Jimothy. Jonathan was fun, but it's gonna be Jimothy the turtle now. Oh, do you know Jimothy Robbins? ちょっと待ってね、聞いてみよう。ウキニャンニャン、ウキ。Oh, that's true. Maybe he's afraid that he would lose the last place he called home. Yeah, that's true. If Ash changed her thought after hearing all that. That is another thing. That is true. That could have been a major, yeah. That could have been a major thing, yeah. So the thing is, like, okay, I'm not gonna say it. I already kind of thought of like that was what I was gonna do, and especially when it comes down to like major things that might affect others, I want to try and make sure that I can kind of clear it with them first if I can. And so I did make sure that like we were kind of on the same page behind the scenes, and if they were okay with what essentially is a trauma dump, right? SJJ is essentially trauma dumping to Valentina, and I don't know about you, but I feel that it's a more professional thing to like, ask if it's okay to like trauma dump before you do. I mean, we have rules about not trauma dumping here too, and so that was like actually a planned scene, and so it was a planned scene, so it was something that needed to happen because it was planned. So, oh my god, but that was so funny because there was explosions in the background, car chases, like everything, like literally everything. The head pop, the game crash, everything went wrong. Oh, it was so fun. There was a moment where I was just like, I cannot do this. I cannot take this seriously. Nobody can take this seriously. Like, it was so bad. See, I didn't know how to mute my phone. Like, this is my first time playing GTA. Like, I don't know a lot of the controls and stuff, so I didn't know how to mute my phone, for example. So it was pinging with the whole, like, literally everything was trying to stop us from having that like confession and stuff and getting locked up and stuff, right? I don't know. I was mad. I was half joking, but pretty mad, yeah. Yeah, the rare occasion of the, yeah. No. So that was planned. So we had to kind of bring it to that, right? But the thing about it is that I knew that SJJ wasn't going to be held accountable, right? Because he isn't. Like, he wasn't gonna be locked up beforehand. Before that happened, right? We already talked about how realistically, he's not gonna get tried. Like, there's no proof, there's no evidence. He's just saying things. He might just be trying to go to the jail just just cause he wants to, right? Without that evidence, without that like proof, right? The Officer Valentina wouldn't be able to do anything. And at this point, like it's just Los Santos is a city of many different backgrounds, right? And so for Valentina, it's not really special in that sense, right? So what SJJ is it's kind of weird. Because as SJJ is slowly becoming more moral, like as SJJ is learning morality, you kind of realize that there is not much morality around him. Except for the EMS, right? Like, except for the EMS, like, you kind of realize that Los Santos is not really the city of morality to begin with. Which is also kind of an irony in itself. But, and so we knew that SJJ wasn't going to be, quote unquote, punished, right? And that was the setup. So yeah, that was, to clarify, that was the setup for the next day, the final day. I was going to let him, you know, bow out of everything, you know, in silence, in the darkness, you know, in the rain. Like, that is what I wanted to do. Or okay, I should. Okay, it's not what I wanted to. It's what I was planning to do. Okay, until everything was so fun and organically amazing that I really couldn't commit to it. Okay, Seinya, but that is what I wanted to do, because that was going to be the setup. The setup was going to be a realization that nobody is going to, you know, fault him for his guilt. Nobody is going to punish him. That realization that nobody's going to punish him, that he's going to go scot-free. You know, he's going to be totally fine, right? And that he's going to live with his conscience, right? That he recently kind of learned. And in his kind of final act, right, it was going to be very ambiguous, but he was going to bow out of the scene at the final act, right? And I wanted to personally, I wanted to have him have a good time on the final day and then bow out, because it's also, I think, for those who know, sometimes this is a deep talk, deep conversation, saying embrace yourself, right? Sometimes there are very few signs, right? And that in itself can also be very real, right? And it makes sense. It makes sense for him. It makes sense for his story. It makes sense for his background. It kind of makes sense. It's a surprise, right? It's a little bit of a surprise, right? Nobody kind of expects that, right? But it's also a bit of a warning, right? It's also a bit of a warning. I think I wanted a little bit of his story to be a warning to everyone to love, right? To make sure that you love, you know, that you and that you do so, that you love others, but that you love yourself too. That you make sure that you know you're cared for and that you care about others, right? Like, I think his, and I think we see that most through the tragedy that we witness, right? Yeah. So that's kind of, but when all was said and done, right? I think really he was saved. He was saved, you know. And he'll always live with those demons, but he was saved by those around him. He was saved by EMS. He was saved by Joe. He was saved by Ash. He was saved by, ironically, the times that they went to have fun at the casino. The times that they performed as the Soju Boys. His experiences saved them. But I think finally, last but not least, like last of all, I think it was from SJJ's perspective. Remember, this is a character thing. It was Ash that saved him. From SJJ's perspective, this is a character thing. Okay, so disclaimers, obviously. Okay. And yeah, I think that was too beautiful of a story to kind of go 180 and then say, yeah, but he's gone though. I was tempted, Seinya. I was so tempted, okay, but it's too beautiful of a kind of like progression of that story to just be like, ha, got it. Yeah, like I could have pulled that one, you know. I could have pulled that one. And I'm honest, I'm gonna be honest, saying I knew you guys, I knew you were gonna say happy ending. Like I knew you were gonna choose the happy route. Like I'm gonna be so real with you. Like after the day prior, like I knew you were gonna say, oh, okay, we want the happy. Like, so it wasn't really a rigged vote or anything, but I kind of I know my Seinyans, you know, I know my Seinyans. So I kind of knew that was gonna happen. I was like, okay, well then let's not have him have moody, sad scenes and stuff. I was scared I was gonna do that. I do that. Yeah. I'm guilty. I am guilty of, like, for sure. I am kind of guilty of like giving you a pull and then doing the exact opposite because I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna. True. Gomen. Yeah. Gomen. Am I guilty? But yeah, I mean, you wouldn't fault me, right, Seinya? You wouldn't fault me for that. Yeah, you care about me, right? Like you wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, you would forgive me, right? You'd still love me, right, Seinya? I'm cute, so I'm forgiven. Okay, good. Yeah. We all need a little bit of angst in our lives. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh yeah. Sorry. I feel like it was a really, I think the final backstory, the final arc was really defining for SJJ, and I genuinely couldn't be more thankful, because it really provided like an opportunity to kind of explore his backstory, you know, to explore who he was, to explore his backstory, and you know what he thought of, like what his demons were, you know, and that is really truly all thanks to Ash, right? And yeah, it's just it's pretty crazy. Yeah. It was cinema. Yeah. I think it was also very the moment like SJJ received a message back from Winnie was so wild. It was so wild, right? It was pretty wild. I don't know what he was gonna. And see it, you thought that like I was kind of mad though, because you thought I was gonna like, oh okay, SJJ is gonna go meet Winnie again. Like it's like, you thought. I remember as I was replying, like, you know, like a message, right? The immediate thought Seinyans were like, like you were just like looking in like suspense and suspicion. It's like you thought SJJ was like that type of character, like the immediate kind of like stink eyes that you said. I saw my Seinyans. It's wild. You guys are wild, Seinyans. Like we gotta have a girls back. Oh my goodness. And I'm also really thankful too, because yeah, again, like it's always I think, you know, playing this type of character, it's clear, it's obvious that, you know, these are characters. You know, I haven't had the pleasure of knowing the voices behind the characters as much, right? I don't know what people's comfort zone is, what people's preference is, and I do care about that, especially when interacting, you know. I mean, not just like in a professional setting, but I also want to, I want to be known as a good person too, right? So, you know, it's always important to make sure that everybody's comfortable with the directions of the characters, and how they interact, right? That is to say, again, like I said, I don't really know. You know, I don't really know how people feel about different characters, or how, you know, that happens, right? So amidst all that, right, I'm really thankful for Ash and Sugi, who played Ash, for being able to navigate that so well, so tactfully, and so communicatively as well, right? And I want to thank you, Seinyan, for enjoying the plot for what it is. It's a story, you know. It's a good story in my opinion. I really like the story, how it turned out, but it's a story, you know. And yeah, it's just, I'm just really thankful for how supportive you've been, Seinyan, for kind of witnessing that story and seeing that story unfold, right? Because it has become a pivotal part of SJJ's life at the latter half of GTA RP, right? Yeah, it's just been chat was invested. The nyan pile was invested. when he didn't, when it was clear that he wasn't going to, you know, talk to Winnie. Well, it all ended when he went to the VU to apologize, right? Like it all ended when he kind of set things straight. Because that was the opportunity to do so. He went in by himself. It's basically like a gang almost, right? Like you go in there by yourself, you're not, a part of you realizes you might not make it out alive, right? But it's, in that case, it was the proper thing to do, right? From his perspective, he was super awkward, caused someone trouble. And SJJ is a clean character, I think. SJJ is pretty straightforward, I think. He's pretty clean, he's pretty straightforward, he's pretty, what is it? He's like a straight line. He's like a straight line, right? Everything he does, it's like first he does this, second he does this, third he does this. There is no change in the order. First he must do this, second then he must do that, and then third he must then do this, and only after he does 1, 2, and 3 can he do 4. That's the whole idea, right? Like he has to like repent, right? He has to, like, not repent, but like he has to come to terms with, like he has to kind of pay his due before he deems that he can be happy, right? He needs to come to terms with what he's done. He needs to kind of he needs to really repent in that sense, right? Before he can accept him being happy, I think. And that's the whole scene about the car from his perspective. That's the whole scene. Like he wants that happiness. He wants it so much. But as much as he does, the more he does, he knows that he doesn't deserve it. And the more he knows he doesn't deserve it, the more he realizes that he has to do what he has to do. And that is to go and confess, and to give up everything, and to just, you know, to make things right. 筋を通すっていう。And that turned out interestingly. Yeah. まあね。 はいはいはいはい。例えば、what do you miss the most in District 5? おー、はいはいはい。ちょっと待って。Seinya, do you miss District 5? Do you miss do you miss District 5? I mean, I was like yearning. Yeah, what was it? Yearning. I was yearning yesterday with Uki. Hmm. 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 I really miss the I really miss EMS family doing things. Like I really loved the group dynamic of going somewhere. Like the beach was so fun. You know, we didn't even do anything crazy, but we went to the beach together. It was very fun. We went skydiving together. It was very fun. We went to the Sakura village together. It was very fun. You know, again, like I said, we didn't really do anything specific or anything special or anything crazy. But even having a scene of like maybe as a family, you know, around a campfire, eating s'mores together and just talking about our lives, you know, really sharing our darkest secrets, our greatest skeletons, you know. If there is one thing I wish we could explore more, I wanted SJJ to learn more about who he was, you know, interacting with, because there was so much chemistry between everyone. You know, there was so much chemistry, there was so much fun, right? But most of the time, it was all work, right? Like there was always on call. Someone would be on call. If someone left, you know, someone had to stay. If everybody was on call, everybody would, you know, everybody's gone on work. There was no opportunity really for them to come together and you know, in a deep way, in a meaningful way, because they were so busy, you know. So what do I miss? I miss those moments like the amusement park, the Sakura village, and I wish that was more explored a little bit, right? But that would require, you know, not being in the EMS. That would require doing something that outside of EMS, right? That is one thing I do miss. I think yeah, SJJ though, SJJ is a little bit of, I find it so complicated, Seinya. I find this whole experience of District 5 to be very complicated, right? Because to me, as much as it was very fun, as much as it was so exciting, very fun, it also brought me a little bit of pain. It brought me a little bit of pain. Because SJJ as a character is, I think in some ways relatable, right? A little relatable in some ways. For any introverts out there, SJJ is like the glorified introvert, basically, right? There are so many times where, you know, I wish as a person, as me, right? As the person I am, there's so many times where I wish I could make SJJ I don't know, like, I wish I can make SJJ like smarter. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense, but I wish it's like it's an experience diff, right? In people, there is no depth to SJJ. Interestingly enough, he's like a puddle, right? He's not an ocean. Socially, right? Less socially inept, exactly. I want him to be more of an adult, if that makes sense, but that runs kind of counter to the story I think makes sense to him, because also the thing is, if he was such an adult, right, like mentally, if he was such an adult, he would be guilty. He would be so guilty of everything he's done, right? Because if he was an adult, if he was good at everything he did, right, like whether it was like human relations or like anything, like relationships, etc., like all of these things, if he was good, then he's guilty of everything he's done, because he knows how to do these things. But it's that naive innocence and awkwardness that allows him to be innocent. And seeing that contrast, where I'm just like, oh my goodness, oh, SJJ, please. It pains me a little bit, It does pain me a little bit. I'm also jealous of SJJ because he has a social life, Seinyan. He's out and about. He goes to the beach with groups of friends, like I have. Seinyan, in the last year, I haven't gone to I haven't seen my boys, I haven't seen my boys, okay? Like, I'm salty about that already. Like, I want to see my boys, like, where's by the beat at, where's my boys at? Like, I miss them. I want to go places with them, like, I don't know, like, there's something wrong. There's something wrong with that, there's something wrong with that. Like I want to hang out with friends, go places, like maybe go to a beach, like I want to go scuba diving. I want to I don't know, go outside or something. And I just haven't, I haven't. I just haven't. This has to change, and so seeing SJJ, like, meet new people, hang out, have a great time, have a fun time, doing stupid stuff, it does serve a little bit of like a foil to who, like, to my life, right, as a promoter. Like I said yesterday, like it's genuinely shocking how little I do, touch grass and go outside, despite being a promoter for our live house here. And it is genuinely shocking. It's genuinely shocking, But yeah, it's so in a weird way, it really has. And so when I was, like I already talked about this with Uki, but like my mom's my she's my best buddy, it's my ride or die, kind of thing. Like she's but so we talk about like random stuff and stuff, but yeah, welcome. Did you have fun? I did. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Yes. Oh yeah, sorry, this is embarrassing, but no, my mom is my best friend, she's my, I think, biggest supporter, although I encourage her not to watch anything and everything. Whew. All right, Seinyan, don't worry. We got that membership under lock and key, and we got that big Seinyans under even more lock and key. So we're safe, Seinyan. That is not sad, okay? That is not sad. It is for a good reason, okay? It is for a good reason, okay? It is for a good reason, okay? Why would be embarrassed? Oh, no. I'm talking about the memberships. It's for a good reason that she don't know, you know. It's just a secret between me and my Seinyans, you know. Right, Seinyan? Like, you enjoy, right? You're guilty! Seinyan, you're all guilty, okay? All of you Seinyans, you're guilty right now. Like... Wipe that smirk off your face, Seinya. You are so guilty. Who's a guilty Seinya? It's acting different as long as you know that mama's not here. Yeah, being my bunny. Yeah. No, yeah. Well, you know, she's always there for me. So, but I was talking about you know, District 5 with my mom, but I'm innocent. No, I refuse. You hashtag not all Seinyans. I refuse. I don't trust it. I do not trust it. Okay, hold up. I don't trust it. Yeah, 面白いね. No. But I was talking, I think like the day after, right? We were saying, yeah, thank you, saying, arigato. But anyways, I was talking. Please do not. Okay, Seinyan, stop trying to snipe my Stop trying to snipe my mom. Okay, come on now. No. So I was on call with my mom, and we were talking about District 5. It's so hard to explain. It's so hard to explain because like the initial gut reaction she has is like, so it's a video game, and I'm like, yes, but hear me out. Like, it's a video game. Yes, understandable, but you have to understand it's like 100 hours or so, or like, you know, 80 hours or so of, you know, being in like, you know, in a character. Like you're trying to be a character, mother. Like you have to understand. Like it's like, okay, わかったみたいな。Oh, okay みたいな。いや、おかんに話したんよ。これめっちゃ面白いけど、ディストリクト5の影響をおかんに話して、でもゲームでしょみたいな。It's like the classic city. Do you remember back in the day, like there were so many like reports on like the TV and stuff, and everybody would just be like, oh, if your son's a gamer and if he plays violent video games, he's gonna be violent. Like, do you remember that, Seinya? Do you remember all of that? Like all of that like coverage and stuff, people were just, as soon as like video games were becoming like a huge thing, people were like, violent video games, he's gonna be a violent person, you know. And like on one end, like as soon as someone does something bad or something, they're like, it's video games, like that's the video game brain, that's and then you have like on the other end, you have like a full-on like, you know, neurosurgeon and stuff, and the neurosurgeon has played video games, but apparently like that's not a thing. Like, no, my mom is like of that, like, you know, of that nature. Okay, like she's been through that, but she's super understanding too. So like she defaults to that, but like she understands, you know. And as she grows older, I think even more she understands kind of the intricacies of how life has changed, you know, like how different industries have changed, how it's like how it's sprung up out of nowhere, and how impressive those industries have become, right? So I'm an adult, by the way, Seinyan, just to clarify here. I'm an adult that cares for my mom. Yeah, so anyways, so also Seinyam, PSA, if your circumstances allows it, and of course your mileage may vary, and everybody comes from a different background, but I hope if you have a good relation with your parents and your loved ones, I hope you cherish it and you know, really enjoy it while it while we all have that, you know. Yeah. So anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, so I was explaining to my mom, yeah, like, hey, yeah, GTA. Play the character. And I was talking to my mom and I was like, you know, I'm just so mad though. I'm just so mad because like SJJ is like living a more proper life than I am. Mother, because, and the other thing is like, this is the exact person like that I need to talk to, that like understands, right? Because she understands who I am, like as a like she raised me, right? She knows me, right? Like, I mean, arguably she is the person that knows me the most, right? Even more than I might know me. And so, you know, she is the person to talk to. I'm just like, hey, mother, SJJ like lives a more normal human life than I do, and he's a contract griller, okay? Like, I don't understand why, you know, I'm so mad, but I'm so mad, mother. I'm so mad, you know, because like I don't go outside. Like I have friends. I don't hang out with friends. I'm so guilty, Seinya, of constantly saying, hey, you know, let's hang out. Are you down to hang out? You know, like getting a message to be like, hey, do you want to hang out, Seible? And I'm like, yeah, I'd love to hang out. And I'll be like, so would 2 months in the future be good? I'm so mad. I'm so sick and tired of what I've become, Seinya. I'm a monster. I'm a monster. What do? I'm a monster, Seinya. Ah! Ah! No, but I'm exaggerating, but it's always like, you know, like, okay, all right, so maybe like next month, do you want to like go get lunch or something? And it's bad. I'm one of those people. No, I don't want to be those people. Seinya, you don't understand. I don't want to be those people. I want to be like those people on the group chat, just be like, hey, all right, dinner tonight, let's go. Are you guys down? And then we're like, yeah, let's go. It's time. Let's go. And then everybody goes to dinner that night. Like, no big deal, you know? No big deal. All right? Like, oh, beach episode right now. Everybody, we're going to go to the beach. Okay, cool. Let's clock out of EMS and go to the beach. And then they go to the beach. And I'm like, what? You can do that? SJJ, you monster. You can do that? That's crazy. I can't do that. You can do that. Oh my goodness. I do want to clarify. I do really want to clarify though, because I just want to make sure 100% that everybody's on the same page with this. There was a moment, speaking of like broken legs, right? Wild transition, by the way. There was a moment where Winnie had called SJJ, right? And Winnie was like very like, you know, that was really cool. Like I honestly, Winnie's character was really cool. Like I really liked Winnie's character, to be honest, right? Because Winnie was like, hey, let's go on a date kind of thing. I was like, oh, okay. Oh, that's crazy. there was no like real dancing around it and stuff, and I thought that was so cool, right? SJJ, however, is not used to that, you know. Like SJJ is not used to that at all, right? SJJ is he you know what I mean? Like SJJ is not used to that, right? And so when he gets that, right, there was that whole bit of which I thought was so funny with Joe. I was like, Joe, I'm gonna need you to break my leg. And I thought that was hilarious. Okay, and then Joe got off the screen, you know, from my perspective, right? And then I got run over by Joe in a motorcycle, and then Joe got flack for it from other EMS, where it's just like, Joe, what are you doing? But it was me who asked, right? But I was on the phone too, so I couldn't, you know, as SJJ, I can't like tell Joe that like, hey, my bad, you know, like like it's me, I asked for this, right? Oh, and so we were still on the phone, and we made sure that it was like on the record too, because that's the part that's funny. And it was a hilarious clip. But I want to clarify. I want to absolutely clarify, just to defend everybody's honor here. I want to 100% clarify and make it very, very clear that the reason why SJJ, right, said like, oh, Joe, like, quick, like, break my leg, right? I want to be 100% clear. It is not because SJJ, like, didn't want to go on a date with Winnie, okay? Like, if anything, I think SJJ would have been excited to do so, right? Like, I think he was looking forward to it, you know, all that kind of stuff, right? I want to clarify that that is not the case, right? It's not because he wanted to get out of it. It's because he doesn't know how to deal with those emotions, okay? That is literally why. He asked Joe for some, like, literally any kind of segue out of that situation because he was flustered, embarrassed, doesn't know how to act, you know, and he needs an out. He needs an escape, okay? He's like a rabbit trying to run away. Okay, so I really hope that like that wasn't like kind of misconstrued in that sense, because I know when you hear it that way, it's just like, oh, he really doesn't want to go with Winnie, right? Like, he really doesn't want to go with Winnie. And that kind of implies that like Winnie is like somehow not, you know, not like, right, like, you know, somehow SJJ wouldn't be, right? I want to say, like, I want to kind of clarify that, because that isn't the case, you know. I just want to make sure, you know, because Winnie's character was really interesting, and like how they met was very organic as well. It was very organic, actually. It was kind of crazy. And I'm so proud of SJJ. I'm so proud. Me personally, at Seible, I'm just so proud of SJJ because he did not download Spark. I'm just so proud. Okay, Seinyans, I think you are proud of me too. Are you proud of me, Seinyan? Let me get your proudness. Let me get your approval here. All right. How do you feel, Seinyan? Are you proud SJJ didn't download Spark? Mm-hmm. All right, show me that you love me, okay? Say yes. Show me that you love me and say yes, okay? All my bronyans out there too. I guess. I think. No? Yeah? No, just say yes, okay? Just say yes. Let me have this. Yeah, exactly. Let's go. Sure, bro. Yeah, even my bronyans out there. Let's go. Well, actually, bronyans would be like, no, download Spark, bro. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I thought it was funny. I think it's true to character. I don't think, you know, I think it was fun. I think it was fun. Yeah. Wow. Anyways, yeah, so I don't know. SJJ District 5 is, yeah, I mean, I miss it. I miss I really wish like the social interactions between SJJ and EMS fam. I really do, and I think I do feel kind of like a little bit of pain from it too, because it does feel it's highlighted my personal life in a sense that it's highlighted the kind of lack of social interactions that I personally have, and it's all by choice, you know. Saying it is my choice. Like, I choose what I choose, and it's not even that, you know, I'm like sad about it or anything. It's not even that, like, you know, I regret it. You know, I don't regret any of my choices, you know. It's just more so that it's like kind of like a shocking kind of realization of like, oh, I really don't go outside. you know, like I really don't, you know. Yeah. We went I just want to talk about different story segue. We went to eat ramen with Uki Nyan Nyan. Uki Nyan Nyan とラーメン食べに行ったよ。Yep. We had some ramen together, and yeah, it was after the off collab. We went to eat ramen, and then I had a food baby. Seinya, I ate like a lot of ramen. Like I just pushed myself because I was like, you know what, I'm gonna treat myself, and I just ate like huge ramen. And then yeah, I had a food baby and I named it Jimothy Ramen. I named it Jimothy Ramen, Seinya. Exactly. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's gone now though. Jimothy Ramen's gone now. I'm sorry. So short-lived. Yeah. Now Jimothy Ramen is now Jimothy Muscles, and it is a part of my body. Yep. Jimothy Ramen is now gone, is now part of my body. Jimothy って、じゃあ Jimothy Ramen はだからあれだよ、単純な名前だよ。そう。Oh my god, the moment we talk about food babies, Kei-chan drops in. ごめん、Kei-chanおつ。Yeah, welcome. Hello. We're talking about some SJJ stuff. Hello, heartbeats. Hello. Welcome. How you doing? Kei-chan, we need to get food. We need to get food someday. Kei-chan, we need a... I think I was talking about this earlier, but we were talking about how if anything, if District 5 has taught me anything, it's that I just miss my boys, and I just miss hanging out with my boys, you know? Like, I want to... Yeah, I want to do stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah, I want to go to the amusement park with my boys. By the way, if you haven't noticed, if you don't know, it's been announced that By the Beat is going to be at Tokyo Dome City Attractions. Yep, which is an amusement park. Yep. More information on a tweet somewhere. But yeah, when I'm there, I would like to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner together every day. You know, honestly, that could be arranged. We could do that. Like, we could do that. And then, Kei-chan, you can hear all about my problems. See, and then Kei-chan, I could subject Kei-chan to all of my traumatic problems and then complain about my life to Kei-chan. I'm kidding. Nah, that would be fun though. That would be really fun. Oh, speaking of which, Kei-chan, honestly, that last moment, remember when we were up at the what was it, Sakura Village, and I wanted to talk about that. Was so funny because I think at the end of the day, I was just like, it was like, oh, it's Kei-chan. I was like, oh, there's Kei-chan. And then what was up with that? Yeah, like, honestly, I'm gonna be so real with you, Kei-chan. Like, I saw you and I was like, Toonami server wipe gonna be, in like, a few seconds. It's like gonna be in a few minutes, Toonami server wipe. I mean, it's all gonna just end soon anyways, right? And I saw Kei-chan, I was like, you know what? I don't care. I don't care. The world can hate me. But I'm gonna go to Kei-chan and we had the in character, like a little bit of that in character moment, right? Where we was just like, hey, it's Kyle, right? Because like we had met before, like on occasion. And then in the middle of that, I was just like, You know what? I don't care enough. This is Kei-chan. And so I punched Kei-chan. And then, and then we had our out of character moment. Oh my goodness. It was, we have to be, yeah, no, it's true. We have to be non-strangers for that, like the first time in the oh my goodness. I dream of the day that like By the Beat is just in like out of character, like in character, but like also know each other, but just in a completely different setting. You know what I mean? Like instead of like a live house or something, it's like I don't know, like anything, you know, like anything, like a burger shop or something, you know, like whatever it is, right? I feel like that would be so fun. Yeah. Yeah, right? Like I don't know. But no, so I honestly you'll have to forgive me though. You'll have to forgive me of that out of character moment, because I know Kei-chan's like pretty committed to in character moments and stuff. But for me, it was just like, you know what? End of server. We didn't get to hang out with Kei-chan. It's time. It's time to just fool around. Yes, we do. We do. Big Iotmo. Kei-chan, what does big Iotmo? In, out, the Mog optometrist. It's okay to miss out. Oh. Oh no, you know what? I like it's okay to mog optometrists better. Yo, shout out to the optometrists out there. Hey yo, it's time for us to mog. You know, that jawline. Let's go. That is Furi-chan for sure. That is Furi-chan. 確かに。そうそうそうそうそう。いや、もう面白かったね。I honestly okay, Seiyan, you're kind of like giving me crap for that, but like I did not like, you know, I did not leave anybody behind, okay? I just didn't see them. I didn't know where they were, okay? I was fan camming you during every Soji voice. I saw Kei-chan. I saw. I was like, oh, this is so Kei-chan. Like this. It's Kyle, but it's like, ah, Kei-chan, I see you. Like, it's like it's Kyle, but it's like, Kyle, sure. No, I thought it was a fun, like, I thought it was like kind of a special moment, because I wanted to interact too, like, but you know, I found that like if there was no like real kind of like, I think this is both of our cases, but if there is no real like RP kind of interaction that happens that makes a lot of sense, it's one of those things where I feel like it's just, you know, we play the character, we kind of play seriously and stuff, and you know, we don't try and like actively go awkwardly, you know, seek it out if it's just not like the character to do so, you know. And I think that's kind of like our style. I'm not sure, you know, this is my kind of my guess here, best guess, but oh my goodness, it was so fun. So many arcs. Ooh, okay. So this is another question that I want to clarify here on this question. Yeah, we did. We missed each other like so many times. Like just really, like I would hear your voice and I'd be like, "Oh, that's Kei-chan." But then I would be like, I would have to go to a call or something. I would have to go somewhere for like a call. ね。やばいよね。 Okay, so question is, I noticed you changed the name after about the letter around the letter released. Could you share your thoughts behind this? Yeah. This is my first like true like sincere like quote unquote like RP experience. Like we went to VCraft Enchanted for like 2 days maybe, because we were right before birthday and stuff. But I realized after the fact that I didn't know that like you change your name by a lot. You know what I mean? Like I didn't know people change their name by a lot and stuff. So I kind of like realized after the fact where it's like, oh, well, yeah, that makes sense. This is kind of awkward. Because Seible is just Seible in like the first name and then John Jacobs, you know, like, and I was like, wait a second. Oh no, like I kind of made a mistake here. Because I just named it like Seible John Jacobs, SJJ, you know, and it was just like, okay, that kind of makes sense. And then everybody was like, oh yeah, like everyone had like different puns and stuff. And I'm like, oh, huh, well, I could have done that, you know. It was like, oh, I could have done that. Wait a second, right? Oh yeah, Finana was just Dr. Finana. Yeah, that's true. No, I think there's like a little bit of like I think it's important though. I realized a little bit after the fact that it is very important to change your name, I think. Because you know, as much as we know and as much as everybody is a professional, right? As much as everybody is a professional, it's also like, you know, there is the character and there's the people behind the character, right? And, you know, to some extent, to a very small extent, depending on the person, right? Really depending on the person, people could take it personally, right? People could take things personally. And it helps separate who you are from the character as well, in people's eyes as well, in other people. And so one thing, for example, one kind of, and I'm not like, you know, I'm not guilt-free for this. I am actually guilty of this because, for example, when Mr. Toad, right, ran over my Seinyan, right? Low-key, a little bit, I was kind of mad. A little bit, okay? I was kind of mad, okay? But you have to realize we're all playing a character, you know, we're all playing a character, right? And so for me, the person behind the character was like a little mad, just a tiny bit, just a tiny, teeny bit, okay? But that diffused like immediately as soon as I could hear that like Mr. Toad almost broke character, I feel like, where they sounded like really sorry too. Like when we had like a mini moment of conversation where I couldn't tell what I wanted to do with it. Like they broke character a little bit and they were like, oh, you know, I'm sorry. Like, and you could tell that they were like being genuine and stuff too. And again, so if I'm guilty of like feeling, you know, like like a response, you know, others could too. Others could as well, you know, to Seible John Jacobs. But the thing is, it's not, you know, Seible is not Seible John Jacobs. It's SJJ is a little different from Seible, you know. There's some that carries over, but it's not the whole, you know, it's not me like fully envisioned there, right? And oh, by the way, Mr. Toad was, I think the character itself was supposed to be like kind of like a rebel a little bit, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know too much because I didn't really kind of get to know as much, but they were kind of like a rebel and stuff, right? But again, behind the scenes, Seinyan, behind the scenes, like, you know, it's like everything's all good, everything is so chill, you know, everybody is like so kind and stuff, and Mr. Toad's kind, like everybody's kind, like, so there's no real nothing, It's roleplay, it's RP. It's really important to know that. It's really important to know that it is RP. And so what I found was I was like, oh man, I wish I had changed my name a bit more. I wish I'd changed my name after the fact. I was like, oh, that's kind of a missed opportunity, because I didn't know, how deep RP could be. I guessed, but I really didn't know, and I didn't ever think I would do anything bad, to be honest, as a character, but my character did, and yeah, it's like, and everybody is just so chill. Everybody's so chill, Mr. Toad was, I think I'm okay to say this, right? I'm pretty sure Mr. Toad was like so chill and so kind and so like apologetic and like behind the scenes and stuff, and it's like not even a big deal. It's like an RP thing, so it's just, everybody's so nice, right? So yeah, what was I saying? 確かに。はい。But yeah, so that's why I changed my name. I changed my name later on, where I was like, oh, wait a sec, maybe I should at least change a little bit, do a play of words here. Fun fact, Seinyan, fun fact. Seible, my name actually comes or is inspired a little bit by that word, Seible, Sable, meaning like darkness, bluish, blackish, dark color, right? It's to be of a dark color, right? Like a sable sky, right? A sable darkness, kind of thing. So that is actually one of the meanings my name was derived from. Yeah. Yeah. It's like a pretty rare, I think it's a rare reference too, because it's not often used in English. Like Seible is not often used in English, and there's also like the cat as well. There's also like the cat, yeah, or not really a cat, but it's like it's close, like it's Seible, right? What was it? Was it a marsupial? Seible, the cat. Species of marten. It's an omnivorous mammal. Yeah, I considered having so Seinyan, you know how we had like mascot characters and stuff, and how I'm like a puppy, sort of. My first choice was actually a Seible. Yeah, my first kind of like animal choice was actually going to be like a Seible. But it's also like really hard and like to explain. And I think that's how it kind of connected a little bit to Seinyans as well. So that's kind of like how it kind of connected as well. Yeah. So. Hi. So a little bit of behind the scenes, why we changed the name. OK。こういう流れにしましょうの、質問だね。で、雑談したりするの。こういう流れで、どういう流れだっけ？このストーリーの結末がどういう風に本当はどういうストーリー結末だったのかなっていう質問なのかな。ごめんね、ちょっと僕の日本語の脳みそがちょっとね、それなんて、 OK。OK。全体的な流れで。Okay, so let's speak in Japanese. はい。Let's speak in Japanese for a second. Let's catch up for our 日本語。そう、流れ的に、ストーリーの完結した流れ的に、実際のところ、セーブルが、ごめんなさい、SJJ が、なんていうんですかね。まあ、その結構2択あって、1択は、なんていうかな、すごい、前日、サーバー終わりの前日の、すごいクライマックスのそのシーンがあったんですけど、それをなんか一旦引き止めて、自分が罪悪感でもう生きていかれへんみたいな、そんな感じで、ようやくなんていうかな、自分の思い絵にもなんていうか、自分の思いに正直であるために、自分を何らかの方法で罰されようとしたんだよね。で、その方法として警察に行って、で、バレンティーナっていう記者と警察だったんだよね。記者と警察設定だからちょうどなんだよね。記者で、ちゃんと大々的に報道してほしい。そしてもう僕のね、僕のキャラクターを、もう言ったら僕のイメージを暗殺してほしいみたいな。プラス、もう無所に入れてくれみたいな。もう、監禁してくれみたいな。そういう感じの、そしたら自分もちょっとだけでも、救われようとしたんだよね。自分のなんていうかもう罪悪感から逃れようと。でもそれは人間になってきたからこそ、その罪悪感がだんだん増えてきたというか、EMS と会って、アッシュという人と会って、そういったもうつながりのおかげで初めて殺し屋からそういう初めての人間みたいなモラルを感じる人になってきたわけやねんな。でそれをその気持ちが本当だからこそ自分に何らかのけじめみたいなをつけないといけない。何らかのけじめをつけないといけないということでわざわざ行ったんですよ。はい。で、そこで行った結果、誰も何も、罰しないみたいな。いやもうでもそれ普通だよみたいな。この街では割と普通だし、証拠もないし、みたいな。証拠ない限り、刑務所に入れることもできないし、みたいな。っていうことで、これが結構実はSJJ に関しては結構厳しい、難しいことで、というのは本当は罰してほしかったっていう。で、それが何もないっていうことは、じゃあどうすればいいかみたいな。SJJ は自分をどうすればいいか。この罪からちょっと逃げたいわけですよね。どうすればいいかっていうことで、本来の僕が考えたシナリオとしては、次の日に、最後みんなと楽しく遊んで、最後の最後に、ラストシーンで、でもしかしみたいな。やっぱ本当はでもSJJ は幸せを手に入れることはできない。手に入れてはならない。だからこそ去っていく。それどこに去っていくかっていうのは視聴者の想像のね範囲内ですけど、ある意味すごくバッドエンドサッドエンドなんだけど、ある意味なんていうかな、モラルができてちゃんと人間になって、ちゃんと人の価値、命の価値を知ったからこそ、初めてモラルができたからこそ、それこそ好きな人だったりとか好きな家族だったりできたからこそ、初めて成長して、初めて罪悪感として思えて、でそれ自体が自分のなんていうかな、週末を迎えてしまうみたいな、その皮肉というか、その悲劇 を演じたかったですね。そうそうそうそうそう、幸せになるほどその分苦しくなり、人間味を増せば増すほどその分罪を感じ、で最終的にはっていうストーリーを演じたかったんですよね。ただやっぱそのなんていうかな、結局やっぱりその演技もアッシュだったりとか EMS だったりとか、その思い出が積もれば積もるほど多分 SJJ の欲が出たんだと思う。本当は生きてたいって、ここにいたいって、その許されないかもしれない。でもこの人たちは許してくれてる。自分は自分を許せないかもしれない。けど許してくれる人がいる。それだけでも SJJ は一人じゃないと。それが積もって積もって積もって初めて、最終的には、ハッピーエンドで物語が続くと。でも正直ね、 SJJ って本当にね、アッシュと結ばれるかどうかっていうのはやっぱ分かんないんですよ、最終的には。なぜならね、本当にお互いは好きな、そういう好きなのって言ったらそれもちょっと違う可能性もあるんですよね。これ英語でちょっと話してたんですけど、like you 好きですよっていう風には言ってるんですけど、その好きって世の中ね、やっぱもう本当に好きって言ったらもうめちゃくちゃ単純で考えようとして、なんかもう誰々が好きですみたいな、付き合ってくださいみたいな、そういう感じの好きの捉え方がよくあると思うんですけど、それ以外の好きってもあるじゃないですか。家族に対する好きだったり、友達に対する好きだったりとか、いろんなもの、その人としてのあり方に対してる好きとか、もういろんな好きがある中で、多分 SJJ とアッシュの好きが本当に同じなのか、それとも平行線なのか。でも SJJ ってキャラ自体がさ、もう今まではもう子供の頃からね、もう本当にガーってなんていうか、もう殺し屋家業してるわけじゃないですか。もう子供の頃からね、そのキャラは。だからそのキャラはもう本当に一般的なお付き合いだったりとか遊びだったりとか人との付き合いっていうのが全然できてないんですよね。その人間ができてないんですよ。そこ構築されてないんですよ。でそれが不足してる中で、不足してるのでもうめちゃくちゃ難しいわけなんですよね、人とのやり取りとか。それがもう明らかに、だからデート行く時もすごいやばい下手でとか、そういうのがめちゃくちゃ見えるんですよ。でそんな中で果たして待ってくれるか、人って待ってくれるか、人にもよるよねっていう、実際そういう風に見てくれるのか見てくれないのか、いろんなね、それって解釈もあるし、アッシュはアッシュでいろんな背景がある。背景はでも僕たちはまだ知らない。そのうちは知ってるよ。うちはその裏の人として知ってるかもしれないけど、でも SJJ はその背景を知らない。それがどういう風に影響するか。だから意外にもこのハッピーエンドに終わったかもしれないんだけど、果たしてそれってほんまにそのまま続けば続くほどハッピーで残るのか残らないのか、または本当に好きになって本当に好きとしてね、アッシュが SJJ とね結ばれた時に、結ばれば結べば結ばれ結ばれることが結ばれるほどめっちゃむずいな。結ばれるほどなんかより人間見まして罪悪感に語れへんと思うね、正直。僕個人的にあの二人が仲良くなればなるほどSJJ はあまりにも人間のさ違い、その過去の違い、方はめちゃくちゃ人を救ってめちゃくちゃ優しいみたいな、方は暗殺者、人を葬ってきたみたいな、それがもう際立つと思うんですよ、過去が。だから見るところ全てがそれに ちょっとずつ影響されて、本当はバッドエンドになるんじゃないかなって。今はハッピーエンドでちょうどいいねんけど、僕のセーブルの解釈としては、本当はそれってハッピーエンドに行くのかな、バッドエンドなんじゃないかなっていうふうに思ったりもする。これはもう僕の解釈ね。はい。そう。もうそれがちょっとこういう流れ、こういう流れにしたかったんだけど、こういう流れにもなって、で、さらに言うと、その、さらに、フューチャーのこと。でも、わかんないよ。わかんない。もしかしたらもう、お互いその、過去を乗り越えて、ハッピーになるのかもしれないし、それはやっぱ僕たちは分かりえないこと僕が勝手に想像するけど、僕が想像したからといって SJJ の結末がどうなるか僕は分かんない君も分かんない、誰もが分かんないっていうところだね。Yeah, I don't know. I like a little bit of that mystery to keep that mystery in SJJ's life and see where that goes. ButはいはいOh my god, okay, this is perfect. Seinya, okay. Don't worry, Seinya, this is anonymous, okay? I hope this is anonymous, but why does SJJ have such horrible taste in fashion? Say no offense. This is a crying emote, sorry. No offense, of course, I love SJJ, but it was bothering me the entire time. So, Seinya. Okay. You want me to say it? Okay. So, Seinya, the reason why he has terrible fashion sense, okay, is clearly because he's never needed good fashion sense. he's just a contract killer. Like, what I envisioned for him as his like status of like contract killing, I imagined him to be a sniper. Like I imagined him to just always be using sniping as his main kind of source of doing his job. Like he wasn't one that would just like walk up to someone, or he wasn't one that would like do like the honey trap, if that makes sense. Like he wouldn't try and like be the hot husband or the hot boyfriend that like would befriend and be like espionage type thing, like that's not what he was gonna do. It was always simply just he takes the sniper rifle, he sets up the plan, he sets up the course, and it's just one shot, that's it, clean, done, no remorse, and he gets out of there. He didn't need fashion, he doesn't need fashion, he doesn't know fashion, he doesn't have opportunities to really explore that, right? Because what do you explore fashion for? It's like because you want to impress someone, right? It's what you want to be popular with the girls or the guys or anyone in between, all of these things, right? But I don't know. Did he always bring the emotional support towel? So his towel, I think how I imagined it was that is the only thing he owns. Like that is the only thing he owns of his childhood. That is the towel that wrapped him as a baby when he was that is the only personal thing he owns of his past. I know, right? It's cute, it's funny, but that's all he has. That's all he has of his past, yeah. Isn't it kind of crazy? Like, But yeah, I do think his fashion was atrocious, especially like his what is the summer, the beach jeans. The beach jeans. That was a pretty fun ongoing joke, I find. That was I mean, it's clearly like one of those moments where it's just like, let's go to the beach. Oh, I'm in jeans, you know, type of thing, where you'll still go to the beach, maybe wet your toes or something, wet your feet, right? But then like you'll roll up your jeans and stuff. If you weren't planning on going to the beach. But the funny thing that I found enjoyable was that he was planning on going to the beach and he wore jeans. I thought that was kind of cute, you know. I thought that was cute. Yeah. But the towel does have lore. I wanted that to be a little special to him. Yeah. So yeah, that would be the lore answer, Seinyan. Oh, why are his eyebrows blue? I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice, Seinyan. Oh, I had this question outside. The question was, why was his hair pink, right? Like, why is his hair pink? And it is honestly such a boring and just more of a professional answer. And I'm so sorry to say this, you know, it is such a boring and professional answer. It is a behind the scenes answer. The reason why SJJ's hair was pink is because, well, quite honestly, my primary colors are blue and pink. Mostly blue and pink. But everybody has blue hair. Like literally everybody has blue hair. And the people who have violet hair or purple hair have blue hair in my eyes. And everybody has blue hair. So clearly I had to be different, okay? I learned from my gen mates, I had to be different, okay? I mean, I had to be different, okay? You know, I had to be different. The other thing is, like, I wanted brown hair with pink highlights. But, like, the highlight hairstyles weren't of my preference. I didn't enjoy the hairstyles that had, like, the highlights, you know? And the hairstyles that I did like didn't have highlights, you know? So I just kind of set up, like, I kind of just straight up settled with, like, yep, we're gonna go with pink. Yeah. So that's kind of how it happened. Bright pink, the reason... Oh, speaking of which, Seinyan, you know, honestly, I've learned to really love pink. Like, I've actually... Because I didn't really have, like, a preference, or I was pretty indifferent to pink, like, the color. Like, before SJJ. But, like, I'm actually, like, I actually like pink, like, the color. Like, it's kind of weird. It's kind of wild. Like, I actually like pink now. I never disliked it. Or anything, but I like pink. It's so weird, Seinyan. For many years, you know, not a care in the world, not a thought in the world about the color pink. But it has grown on me. Yeah. I'm not even kidding. If I get like a you know, expensive car, Seinyan, it would be pink. I'm kidding. I'm just saying this to throw a red herring at you, so that you'll look at like every single red pink car and then think that it's me, but it's not actually. Is it a guy liking pink? I don't know. Like, I guess it could be like pretty, I don't know. Like, I feel like people could like misconstrue it, or people might like think a certain way about it. But like, to me, it's just like, wow, yeah, it's a pretty cool color. Like, I like it. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah. So anyways, yes. when I see... Okay, when did you realize you want to touch on SJJ's lore expansion after meeting Remy or dating Ash in RP? I've always wanted to. So the answer is I've always wanted to do so. It's just been so sincerely hard to do so. And this is both like the great thing and the funnest thing and the worst thing about the EMS was that it is so fun, but it is so hard to be serious. You know, it is so hard to be serious, and it is so hard to be a serious character in the EMS. And it is actually a little bit of a curse for what I wanted, for this like super angsty character that I wanted, you know. And so it's a really good thing though. It's a really good thing, but also like it just doesn't work well with, you know, like kind of character development. Like anything you do, right? Any sad moment you have, and if you walk into the like hospital doors and people are twerking, it's just like, oh, okay. Well, you know, like it's exactly like that moment with Valentina, right? Who's played by Yura. Valentina, like we had a good scene, but that scene was like almost like attacked constantly by my phone pings, the constant sirens, the car noises, the helicopter explosions, the disconnecting, you know, like everything about it was like attacked, right, by like the world around it, right? It's kind of like the same thing. Like it's just very hard to explore SJJ's lore unless you have like the opportunity to do so. This is why this is kind of like why whatchamacallit, it's so I think like there was a clip about Kei-chan. Kei-chan was talking about how like the closer you are to Vox, the more like RP invested you are, I think was the clip or something. And I really think that that's the case. Like it is who you're close to, and like whoever is like very committed to the RP, it brings it out, you know, it really completes the picture. It needs other people to be on the same wavelength as that. Like it needs it, you know, a scene needs that. And that is why, Seinyan, that is why, okay, you caught me like smiling my face off, okay? Like I was smiling my face off on like the phone call by Ash, okay? Like the literal tears acting phone call by Ash, right? You saw me smiling my face off. And I swear some Seinyans out there think that like some Seinyans think that I was doing this because I was like relishing in people's like pain or something like that is not true, okay? That is only true consensual. No, okay, that is not true, okay, Seinya? I do not relish in people's pain, okay, Seinya? I do not, okay? But when I heard that, I was genuinely so happy. I was so happy because it was such an opportunity for me to like match that energy, you know? Like it was an opportunity for me to match that opportunity, like to match that energy, right? I was so excited. I was like, wait a second. Oh my goodness. She's so good at acting, you know, it's so good, right? And I was like, wait, this is an opportunity. Like I can actually do, you know, I can do this without having a helicopter exploding in the background. You know, like we can actually really kind of unearth the lore and live a scene, you know, and like make a scene. And that's what it takes. It takes someone, you know, it takes like your surroundings to be immersed and to be serious about the RP and the background and the lore, right? And so the question is like, when did you realize when you want to touch on SJJ's lore expansion? It's like, I've always wanted to expand on SJJ's. It's just there's so many difficult opportunities, or there's so few opportunities to do so with what we do, you know, because when we're EMS, we're just in the car, we're driving around, we're working, and then as soon as we're done working, you know, like we're twerking, you know. And it's fun. It's fun too, and there's nothing wrong with that either. It just means that the lore took a little bit of a backseat until there were characters that really helped bring that out. And to SJJ, that was, you know, that was Remy that kind of hinted towards that. That was the island event that showcased that. That was Ash that brought out that highlighted kind of like the redemption arc almost of that, you know. And that was all of these characters. That was Joe, you know, in some occasions where it almost seemed like, you know, they would talk about it, right? It was all of these things, and it's always been wanting to come out, you know. Yeah. Ooh, this one's either working or twerking. Exactly. This one's an interesting one. What gave you the inspiration of the character SJJ? But before I do that, Seinyan, before I say that, I'm gonna go pick some flowers and I'll be right back. But can you guess in the meantime? Okay, I'm gonna give you some homework. Seinyan, give me your best guess. Give me your best guess of the inspiration of SJJ. I'll be right back. Welcome back, Seinya. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, so let's see. Let's see. What is the inspiration? What is the inspiration? What is the inspiration? So I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest with you, Seinya. I gave you homework for which there is no answer, actually. um Got him. I saw one answer where it was just like it's gonna be something random, and I just want to say you're correct. That is exactly. Who do you think I am? I'm Seible, Seinya. I'm Seible. Oh no. Anyways, so anywho. So to answer, I think like the inspiration though for SJJ's inspiration is like maybe I can describe it this way. SJJ is like Hitman 47, I think it was. If Hitman had an opportunity to be more of a person. I think maybe that's like how I would describe it. It's not the inspiration, but that's kind of how I see it. It's like it's a so, you know, maybe that's not like kind of like the fun answer I have for you. But oh, is it 67? No, it's not. It's not Hitman 67. It's 47. But here's okay. Like, do you want like the deep conversation? Do you want like the real talk, Seinya? Do you want the real talk? I don't know. Do you want the real talk? Do you want the real talk or do you want the public, like the public? Real talk? Are you ready for the real talk? I don't know. Are you prepared for the real talk, Seinyan? Are you actually prepared for the real talk? Okay. So the inspiration, I guess, or the closest thing to an inspiration of SJJ is well, I wanted to portray a character that has I want to portray a character that is a misguided character. Like a character that could have been good. Like they could have been a good person, but their circumstances made it so that they were not, right? I think it's interesting because I think to some extent, like there's some people could turn out to be a terrible person and some people can turn out to be an amazing person, you know, but some major part of that depends on the circumstances and the environment they are in, right? So in just as in, you know, in a similar way that someone could be like really like a really kind and person, like, you know, overflowing affectionate person, right? If the circumstances were different, maybe they could have been the exact opposite, you know. Assuming that, you know, someone is like super smart, super smart, you know, in one world they might have been a neurosurgeon, right? In another world they might have been I don't know, like a a criminal mastermind, you know? A criminal mastermind could have been a CEO, and a CEO could have been a criminal mastermind, you know? Like, any of these things could have happened in any other different world, right? All of these things could have happened in any different world because, you know, it's just simply like the path of their life brought them to certain ways, right? So I wanted SJJ to be kind of like that, where, you know, he probably would have been truly a kind person. You know, he would have been a kind person. I think he is naturally kind. If he had the environment that would allow for kindness to survive. That's what I wanted to portray with SJJ, is that if his environment was one that would allow kindness to survive, he would have been a good person. But his environment was not like that. And it was apparent in the island event, right? It was really apparent in the island event because that was cold. It was so cold. He didn't even talk after, you know, basically dispatching people, right? Like, he didn't even give a second word, a third word, not even an acknowledgement. He just did business and finished his business, and that was it, you know? But that was something he was trained, right? He was trained to do that in that way. So that's the character I wanted. I wanted to just see a character who could have been good, but, you know, is bad, right? Has been told to do bad things. And then I wanted to see him become more of a moral person, and to see him realize that he could have been good. He could have been a good person. And I wanted him to, as he was seeing that, I wanted him to punish himself, so that, like, as he was seeing that, like, as he was becoming more and more of a moral and conscientious and a person, right? I wanted him to start losing the very reason to be a person. You know, the very reason to stay as a person, to stay, you know, because I like that kind of push and pull and that contrast between that. You know, I wanted that to kind of come across, and that was really just the inspiration behind SJJ. Everything else was like how it kind of makes sense within that, where it's just like, oh, well, he's not the type of, like, you know, contract killer that's like, you know, he's like a ladies guy, you know, he knows what to say, you know, he knows how to secure the date, you know, flirt and all that kind of stuff. I didn't want him to be that type of, you know, contract killer that might be trained as like a spy type of thing. I wanted him to be like the sniper type, where he doesn't talk to anyone, nobody knows him, nobody ever sees him. He's by himself all the time, constantly, and yeah, he gets people, you know, and he's good at his job. Which turned out to be a bad thing, Seinyan, because I was like, wait a second. This guy's more social than I am. Like, whoa, you know, like, like Leon? Who's Leon? Like, are you talking about Resident Evil, right? I've never played the Resident Evil games. I'm so tempted to play Requiem, but the movie? I'm not gonna get over it. I haven't watched this movie, Seinya. I'm sorry. No, I'm not gonna get over it, Seinya. I'm too mad. It's too frustrating, Seinya. Okay, I mean, I'm too mad. Yeah. Ooh, ちょっと待って。ちょっと。Ooh, oh my god, these are good questions. These are great questions. Wow, Seinya, these are so good. These are some juicy questions. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. I see, Seinya, I see. Oh, you know what? Let's move over, Seinya. Let's move over. Okay. I remember you had a poll about angst or fluff. What ending would have done? What ending would you have done if you got to do something really angsty? The alternate ending was like the voice line of him clocking out. I was thinking potentially of having like one sound effect at the end. Just any type of one sound effect at the end. And that would change everything. Now, if you get it, you get it. If you don't get it, you shouldn't get it. I'm just going to say that. Okay, if you get it, you get it. If you don't get it, you shouldn't get it. And, you know, life is happier that way. Okay. There was a moment where I saved... I'm going to say this. In some of the actions, if you know, you might have seen it. You might have noticed some things that were clear kind of tells that were not good. So yeah, there were, if you noticed, you noticed. And one of them, I don't know if you noticed, was when he tossed everything, okay? When he tossed everything to clear space in his inventory, in his backpack, right? He didn't get rid of all the bullets. That was a little bit of symbolism there. Yeah, it's crazy stuff. But if you noticed, I think it was cinema. Like I think it was a little Easter egg, cinema Easter egg, right? But who knows? Who knows, Seinya? Who knows? I did want to make you cry though, Seinya. I did want to make you cry. Like, no offense. Yeah. But I think honestly, as the story progressed, I was kind of convinced that, like, you know, maybe it's okay for SJJ to have his kind of moment, you know. Maybe it was okay to you know, let him have his moment, basically. I feel like it was kind of important. Yeah. So that's kind of the ending that would have happened. I have another interesting question here. Let's go with this. Jajang. Potentially. Who knows? Might not. It might not, Seinya. It might not. You know, you never know. Ash じゃなくて Winnie と付き合うルートも考えてましたか? If were you considering like having SJJ date with Winnie? Not really. Yeah. Yeah. Not really, I think. This was a bit okay, Seinyan. I'm gonna be blunt. I'm gonna be honest, Seinyan. This is gonna be ooh, this one's kind of hard. Okay, so basically, I wasn't thinking of having SJJ date anyone. Yeah, I wasn't planning for SJJ to date anyone. Oh my god, マジで? Oh no. 何? そうだから、そもそも実を言うと、SJJ に誰とも別に付き合うつもりはなかった。付き合わせるつもりもなかったね、正直。そう。And with, you know, and to I want to say this for, you know, to Winnie because like Winnie as a character is very attractive, right? Winnie's a attractive character. For example, for someone like SJJ, right, who's not really socially adept, someone who can take the lead like that is probably, you know, a good match for SJJ, to be honest, right? In a weird way, it would be like SJJ learning from them as well, because SJJ is not used to that kind of thing, right? But yes, yeah, and I know some Seinyans are big fans of Winnie and the interactions of Winnie and SJJ. But for me, it was kind of just like, you know, like maybe I wanted to kind of, you know, I didn't think that for SJJ, like true romance made a lot of sense, right? Like a lot of like kind of, you know, like true romance, like not true, but like romance in the traditional sense of like romance, of like a fine dining experience, you know, and they're just looking into each other's eyes and talking about, hey, you know, how are you doing? You know, like all that, you know, like very, very like intimate, like very intimate moments, right? And I feel like SJJ would have eventually had that type of, you know, connection with Winnie, right? Like because Winnie is a very compelling character in that way. But to me, I didn't want SJJ to go that route because, like I said, right, like SJJ is underdeveloped. He's almost like his character is like his like romantic experience, I should say, is that of like a, I don't know, like the first love, right? Never fallen in love, but for the first time type of, you know, when they have no experience, don't know how to operate romance or love or anything like that, right? That's what I wanted him to be. And so if he was like someone that was like used to romance already, it would be a perfect match. It would be a great match or something. But I wanted him to be like, I wanted the type of like romance, if at all, to be something like that. And at that point, Seinya, I wasn't even planning on it. You know, I was not even planning on that happening. And so, you know, SJJ was going to be as awkward as he was, and I fully expected it not to work, you know. I fully expected it not to work. And as we added on these like dastardly plans, of course, it ended up not working, you know. And that was that, right? Like it of course it ended up not working. The thing I didn't expect was kind of like that moment of like the moment where, because we were doing the dramatic like kettle crying, like you know, like dramatic kettle crying and stuff, right? the moment that really kind of changed things was when Ash stood up to it, in some ways even to just like, you know, to kind of give like an olive branch, but also to try and like, you know, comfort to comfort SJJ, right? Like we don't know fully the full kind of depth of how that story, you know, her story relates to that. There might be some connection there, right? But in that moment, Ash was, you know, there for SJJ and was you know, there for him, right? Again, like I said, you know, and so when it was like, hey, you know, like they should go on a date, you know, for me, although I didn't have or didn't plan SJJ to do anything, you know, for me, I was like, wait, this is cinema. This is interesting, Seinya. Wait a second. Oh my goodness, this is some interesting developments that are happening right now. I was riveted. You know, I was like, wait a second, what? Like, huh? I mean, the other thing is like, it makes much more sense to have that really failed first date, and it makes a lot of sense to cut through all of that, like, hey, just be yourself, you know, you don't have to try and impress, you don't have to try and do this. There was that like perfect like moment, that scene that Ash set up where it was just like, just be yourself, right? And so SJJ decided to be himself, right? Like to just like not need to like do some elaborate plan or anything like that, right? And that led to that like very cute, like puppy love, wholesome, like tender, you know, connection between the two. That fits perfectly for the character too, is the thing. It fits so well for SJJ because he's underdeveloped. That's like the whole point of it not being like, oh, let's get married or something, right? Like, because that was a route, right? Like everybody was just like, oh, let's get married, you know, and like, and that's totally fine. That's totally fine, right? Because that's how, you know, that's the nature of those relationships. But for SJJ and Ash, I feel like it was more so just, you know, not like the, oh my God, I love you so much, let's get married tomorrow. It wasn't to that point. You know, it was more so that like they found like really kindred spirits in that moment, right? And there was something very innocent about it. There was something very innocent and natural about it, you know. And yeah, that's and so by then I was kind of just like sold as well. I was kind of sold on like, oh wow, this is such an wow, like this is such an interesting and good like chemistry between those two characters. But yeah, and also I think it's just simply that the not just Ash but Sugi is just a really kind person from what I'm learning, right? Sugi is just a really kind person, and so I think she just wanted to help with the story as well of SJJ's story. So yeah, that's kind of like, I guess, like a little bit of the behind the scenes where it's just like, it was just, you know, they were really helping. It was EMS too. EMS kind of makes it a lot easier for things. Story-wise, it makes more sense in EMS as well. But yeah, it's just really cool. そうだね。じゃなくて、うちのウィニーが付き合うルートは、そう考えてなかったんだけど、ウィニーとの、まあだからこそウィニーとのお付き合いを完全に、まあちょっと、まあすごい下手なデートになって、じゃあちょっとやめとこうかなみたいなことを確定させて、で SJJ はい付き合わないっていうような選択で行ってっ 行こうと思ったんですよ。行こうと思ったんですけど、あの後に、ちょっとね、アッシュが、すごい、悲しい、とも思ってくれて、SJJ に対してね。なんかまあ、そのお互いいろいろ殴り合ってたとか、結構その、じゃれ合ってた、結構仲がそんな近いくはないんだけど、仲はいい感じだったんだよね。もうそもそも。で、そっから、なんかじゃあ、今度デート行ってみないみたいな、その展開っていうのを、ちょっと、まあその、慰めもありつつ、なんか、まあいろんな気持ちがあったんでしょうね。アッシュのキャラとして。で、まあもともと同じ EMS だから、友達としてでもっていう、なんかもういろんなね、複雑な考えがその中にあったと。で、そっから、やっぱ、その展開が来たら、セーブルとして、うわ、おお、みたいな。いや、これは面白いみたいな。もうめちゃくちゃ面白かったね。あの展開。マジかみたいな。で、もう一つね、ウィニーとは、この SJJ 付き合わせない理由としては、ウィニーはやっぱり、その、なんていうかな、ロマンチックなところがあるんだよね。そう、ロマンチックだから、なんていうかな、その愛、なんか、まあ、最もなんかみんなが多分思うような愛、ラブみたいな、そういうなんか大人の、そういう感じの、なんていうかな、関係、そういった SJJ との間になっていくと思うんですよ。そのキャラの本質上ね、お互いの。でも自分個人はその SJJ に対してもっとなんていうんかな、そもそもね、そういう恋愛感情とかそういうの全然今まで分かってない感じ、今までちょっと分かってだからリアルな恋愛になってしまうわけやねんな。でも今までそのリアルな恋愛をされてない SJJ がそれできるのみたいな。それがなんかそれが理解できるキャラなのって言ったらそうでもないじゃん。そのお付き合いもされてないし、なんちゃらもできてないし、今までね、SJJ の人生の中一回もないし、みたいな。そういう背景を持ってる人が、もう完全にもう、簡単にそんな感じでできるかって言ったら、まあできないでしょ。無理でしょっていう。だからその本質的にちょっと SJJ とは違うんだろうな。でもちょうど SJJ 自体の本質ってそもそもすごいそのデートとかもめちゃくちゃしくじるからセカンドデートがなかったわけで、そこで破綻したと。でこれは結構そのストーリー的にはちょうどいいなっていうふうに思ってました。僕セーブルはそれを思ってました。はい、いやもうちょうどいい展開でそっからいやでも同じ EMS で仲間でじゃあ今度デート行かないみたいなことになった瞬間、ちょっとね悲しい場面もシーンもあって、これはなんか可愛いって思ったね。このやりとりが、この2人のこの瞬間が素晴らしい。これはもういいシーンになるんじゃないかな。可愛いと思った。そうで、じゃあこれってどんなやりとりになるんだろう。だってもともとね EMS 同士の中のこのアッシュと SJJ のやりとりが何回かある。そういう中でどういうふうにこの2人が関係を持っていくのか。でどういう関係、何の関係っていうのを、どの関係自体もちょっと分かんないじゃない。なんかもうだって SJJ そんな持ったことないからどういう風になっていくか。で初デートに入っていくとめちゃくちゃ遊んでる友達がもうめちゃくちゃ楽しくでもなんかなおかつなんかもうファーストラブみたいなすごい若い時の恋愛みたいな感覚があるよね、2人のキャラ。それを見てSJJ のその なんていうんかな、SJJ の気持ちとしてはめちゃくちゃ、なんか SJJ のキャラ、背景とキャラにすごい合うと思うんだよね。そう、すごい合う。だって、そんななんかすごいなんかもう恋愛みたいなところがない部分が、まさに、だってそもそもそういう経験がないから SJJ は。っていうのにちょうどぴったりで、これはすごい展開だなっていうふうに思ったね。厳密に言うと、考えてなかったけど、ナチュラルな、ナチュラルなね、ことの運びでめちゃくちゃ、これはもう絶対ストーリー、いいストーリーになるなってなりました。はい。答えるとね。ありがとう。Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so that's kind of it. Thank you so much for your patience, Seinya. We are back from the Japanese Nihongo. ね。Ooh, okay, so this is a quick and easy, nice one right here. Jajan! Did you consider joining any other group? If so, did you have a different character prepared? I wanted SJJ to become a criminal. I wanted SJJ to become a criminal, but I found that, honestly, like, because there were so many people that were becoming like criminals and leaving EMS, it just felt like, it just wasn't. I think if Remy was still in SJJ's life, I think that might have happened. Like, that might have been the timing. So it quite possibly, it could have been. I think what I see is, it could have been. You never know, actually, because I know the VU was like a front of like activity too, right? So if SJJ dated Winnie, maybe that might have been different. Maybe SJJ might have left the EMS, right? Ooh, or if Remy was alive, SJJ might have, decided like midway that it's like, you know what, it's time to, he might have taken the breakup, for example, and realized that like social interaction isn't for him. He might have just gone straight to like, Remy in the criminal activity, that could have been a thing too. Like, he was so heartbroken to realize that like he just can't really interact as a normal person anymore, and it's too late for him. He might have done that too, like a little bit of heartbreak, could have happened. But I really wanted to do that. There are so many times where I just wanted to kind of let him let loose and stuff, but that's a little that's a little scary, If it's not a rule against Ooh, okay. So honestly, if the rules were a little different and if I really wanted to do so, the question is, would SJJ have been a contract killer and how would he have done it? Kind of similar. Not really, but similar. And I'm just going to say that I was thinking of like potentially getting like prior approval with like people and then just starting to like hunt them. I was thinking of like a SJJ mystery contract killer arc where he would get like a list of names that like the parties would be like, okay with, where they'd be like, okay, like, and I'd be like, all right, well, it might happen sometime, it might not happen whenever, but like, are you down? And then basically we would take that in game, and then we would just like, I wanted to do that too, like but it doesn't make that much sense. I think it just doesn't, plot wise, it doesn't make sense. There has to be like some kind of connecting route to that for him to do that, right? はいはいはいはいはい。はいはいはいはい。Ooh, okay. Let's go with this. See, I love the Seinya, I love the chuni, you know what I mean? Do you like the chuni? I love the chuni. Are you ready for the chuni? Okay. In another world where SJJ is forced to give up EMS and be branded as a bad guy forever, would you envision him taking up mercenary jobs for the gangs? I would envision having so much fun. I would envision him going so hard, so much fun. You know, I'm not gonna lie, Seinya, I wouldn't have minded him just dropping solo in the island, and he would have it would have been crazy. It would have been genuinely, it would have been crazy. If he had been given like a gun, solo on an island, you know, if we knew it, we would change our hair color to dark black, like black basically, wear a very dark mask and everything, and we would play a different game. It would be a totally different game, Seinya. Honestly, it would be a completely different game. Yeah. I think there's so much potential for SJJ on like the other side of things. And I think he would relish in it. I think he would be the most evil, scary, most psychotic, most unhinged person ever. But instead, thankfully, we got the very chill, you know, happy and like, you know, not crazy, yeah, SJJ that we got. The very awkward, super duper awkward SJJ that we got. But yeah. But yeah. Da ne. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna give this as the last question, Seinyan, but last question kana? How is SJJ like the Seible we know? Just wondering, thanks. Seinya, let me ask you that question. How do you see, like, what similarities or differences do you see in me and SJJ? I mean, there's like a decent like amount of like similarities too, but you know, it's kind of like, no, I want to see what you think. I want to see what you think. There's no way, Seinyan. No Riz, afraid of women, awkward. No, you. All right, okay, hold up, Seinyan. Anyone who's saying that, and anyone who's in Big Seinya right now, anyone who's saying that should like not be in Big Seinyans, right? I know you are BSing me right now. I know you're BSing me right now. Seinya, you're gonna say that publicly, And then you're just gonna scurry on into the big Seinyans with like wide smiles, excited to be rizzed up and stuff. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. Like you're just gonna like El Riz, etc., awkward king, yada yada yada, right? And the moment like a mashi is like coming, like a big Seinyan ASMR is coming, you're just gonna like scurry over and be like, well, it's my time to join, you know? And oh yeah. Okay, I see you, Seinyan. Oh my goodness. The similarities that I do see is I actually see more differences than anything. I tend to see a lot more differences. The rage baity parts were kind of like low-key. I was bleeding into SJJ a little bit, where, you know, I just couldn't, you know, I just couldn't miss up the opportunity. So like, for example, like Dr. James is like helicopter. I could not miss that opportunity to do something, you know? Like it was just a platter waiting to be filled with good food, you know? It was like all the ingredients just waiting to be cooked, you know? And I knew I needed to cook it, you know? So, you know, the natural exactly, right? So those moments, it was me for sure. Like those moments where it's just like, the rage bait. Okay, I see. But outside of that, I think like there are a lot more differences, right? First of all, I am awkward, but you know, I am awkward, yes, but I'm not that awkward. Okay, like I'm awkward, yes, I'm not that awkward around girls. Okay, I'm just gonna let you know. I think. I'm pretty sure. Okay, like okay, to defend my honor here, okay? To defend my honor, all right? Those dates were pretty wild. Okay, those dates were pretty wild. Okay, they were funny, really awkward, really funny because of it, but I'm not that bad, okay? Because otherwise, Seinya, I wouldn't have any big Seinyans, okay? Seinyans, if I was that bad, okay, many of you wouldn't be in the big Seinyans, okay? That is proof in the pudding. All right? Oh my god. Anyways, so that's one difference. Another difference is that I think SJJ SJJ really wants to like is it even a difference then, I guess? Me personally, I want to hear people's story more, right? I want to hear people's story more. I don't know. SJJ, okay, real talk, SJJ has a negative but potentially positive outlook, right? Like he believes, and eventually he comes around to it. He decides to believe. You know, he decides to believe in like, you know, what he can do, right? You know what I mean? Like he decides to believe in the world, the people, everyone, you know, all that kind of stuff, right? He learns to kind of he learns, he does grow, right? And this is like a very optimistic, he's actually in my opinion, SJJ is kind of an optimist. I don't know if it looks like it, but I feel like he's kind of an optimist, right? I'm not really that optimistic, you know. I'm not really an optimist personally. That's a little different, I think. That's a little different. SJJ is like kind of compulsive too. Like, for example, when he was, you know, like when he was driving like he didn't care. It's not something I would do. I don't really get as affected by that kind of thing, and it really doesn't affect my driving. My driving is like, I'm confident to say that my driving is constantly the same. Like, I don't let emotions get to your driving. But SJJ is emotional because he's emotionally underdeveloped, right? Do I wear jeans to the beach? No, I do not. I do not wear jeans to the beach. And Seinyan, if anything, like, I feel like you have already heard from multiple people that, like, I care about how well I dress, and I like to dress well. You know, I like fashion personally myself, you know, and I enjoy kind of dressing myself in whatever I want to dress up in, you know. Yeah, and I enjoy it. I just sincerely enjoy it, you know. I like fashion, so yeah, like, and so I think you've heard that from others too, so it's not just me that's saying it. But and so SJ, that's another difference for me. I don't think I'm nearly as nervous as SJJ. SJJ is always kind of like nervous to some extent, but like for me, I'm not that nervous, you know. I'm not that nervous, I feel like. Like, I'm not nervous to talk to people. I think because I've put myself personally through so much that there's not much that phases me anymore. Except when they do, you know, except when they do. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, there's also that. SJJ is a bit more compulsive. He's a bit more childlike and stuff like that. I think those are some like differences, but mostly, I think the biggest thing though, is if I like someone, Seinyan, and this is what I also don't like about SJJ. If I like someone, like, I will make it known. You know, you know this, Seinyan. I like my Seinyans. I make it known that I really like you. You know, like, I'm not like apologetic. I don't wait. I don't care what others think. Like, you know, like, you know what I mean? Like, if that's like, that's me. SJJ is like, is so, oh my god, from like a romantic perspective, SJJ is so like, so annoying. There's cute moments though. There's definitely cute moments that, like, that puppy love is very cute, you know. It's very, very adorable, right? You know, it's very adorable. It's very cute. There's like a beautiful innocence to it. But, you know, for me, it's just like, there should be that, of course, but, you know, if you love and care about someone, I think it's important to have it known and to be straightforward with it. And yeah, I think that's pretty important, you know. SJJ just doesn't do that, right? Like, there is one similarity where it's just like, he's able to say that I like you, but that's like coming from a little bit of a different area, right? That's coming from a more innocent perspective. But when it comes down to how he interacts during these moments, it's very frustrating for me to see. He's trying. Yeah, sure, he's trying, but it's frustrating for me to see. Like, it's like, yeah. But I think it's cute. I think it's cute. I really think it's cute, and I think it's like watching like a reality show or something, you know. It's like watching a reality show, and I think that's what makes it fun. But reality shows aren't really real, you know? Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. That's some differences. I don't know. One thing I learned from SJJ is I want to. District V has been a crazy opportunity though, because for one thing I realized is that, you know, I have a tendency of really trying to be like uptight, and I'm a little uptight, and I'm a little I'm always a little on guard, Seinya, I think. I don't know if this kind of makes sense to you since you've already been, you know, watching me for so long, but I'm pretty on guard for a lot of things. You know, there's always a little bit of like that one cushion that I put down that for anything, even when I'm hanging out with people, even when I'm talking to people, anything, there's always that like small wall that I keep up, right? And one thing, and that's kind of true too, like especially with how I interact with people, because I think too much. I think way too much about how you might feel or how you might take into consideration, to the point that I like change what I would do to some degree as well, right? Which might not be, which is a little too it's a little too considerate, but it's also the nature of you know, Seinya and people a little bit, in the same way that you might do the same, I hope, right? But that is who I am, and where I am, you know, that's a, you know, it's important. Professionalism is important. I want to be professional too. One thing I felt from this experience was that it felt so good, it felt so fun to just be just a person like SJJ, you know, with very little, you know, I don't know, just a very basic person. Just a very normal, basic, awkward person through SJJ. In some ways it's very weird, you know, it's very weird because he's not normal. But he ends up living a more normal life than I do. Very social, very chill life than I do, right? And I learned from that experience because it was such a shocking experience for me. And it, you see that I learned from that experience even in like the day after with Ukinyan. For me, it was kind of just like, oh, I'm just gonna be me, you know. I want to see Uki smile. I want to see Uki laugh. I also want to see, you know, like I just want to be like, I want to connect with people on like a people level, like just as a person to a person, you know. And whenever I'm with someone, here, there, anywhere, right, I always just want to, I have a bad tendency of like just finding something that I love about them, you know. Just whoever it is, it just, I tend to just like search for things that like I love about the person that's there, which I think is kind of like, you know, why I like my Seinyan so much, you know, and why I'm like pretty open about a lot of things. But that's kind of the nature. But I think over time I've learned to like kind of stop that a little bit, like to like block that out a little bit. You know, like I found that like over time that although that like nature is there. I personally, from like a regular, like, standpoint, yeah, after interacting with people and all these things, right? Just living life in general, I found that like I begin to do that less. I begin to try and I begin to stop myself from doing that. And one kind of realization I had was like, maybe it is okay to just care about people, to care about everyone, to care about, to find the good in everyone, to find the beauty in each person. And maybe it's okay to do that, and to, more than that, right, to express that, to express that you care about people, because that's the hardest part, right? It's, you might have a tendency of trying to search for the best in others, but then on top of that, you might stop that. You might never express it, because expressing it is when it becomes, somehow like, there or something. So if anything, kind of how I saw SJJ be so honest with his kind of approach to people, I was kind of surprised too, because for me it's just like, well, I think I'm gonna let it be known how much I like people. Yeah, it was like a learning experience for me. Does that make sense, Seinyan? I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah. Which is why I had so much of a fun time with Uki yesterday, right? Uki nyan. And, for me, it's just like, okay, well, I really like Uki. I really like my senpais. And as much of a joke as it sounds, right? I think everybody has a beautiful soul. And everybody in the world is going to always clown me on that, but yeah, I do. So yeah, I don't know. I just had a great time. We went to eat ramen after too. It was great. And we just yapped about District 5 and a bunch of stuff too, like just life in general. And it was just so nice to just go outside and just hang out with friends and stuff. And it was such a human experience. Yes. Hi. I think maybe on that note, that is all we have to mention. I also want to again make like a super thankful mention again to everyone. I was just so happy to just hang out as just people, in EMS, to be able to hang out with everyone from the EMS as just people. Just people doing their jobs, working hard. I think it was beautiful. Yeah. Hi. OK! ということで、やばいな。ちょっと待って、せいにゃん。すみません。ガオー。Hey, let's go back to the room, Seinyan. Let's go back. ちょっと待ってね。はいはーい。せにゃん。そうだね。 Seinyan, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do something interesting, okay? I'm gonna do something interesting here. Yosh. Didn't. Okay, okay. Honde. Okay, okay. And then I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. And I know you might not be able to see or hear me right now, but I'm doing some cool things, okay, Seinyan? Don't you worry. I'm doing some cool things. Cool things are happening in the background right now. Yup. Things are happening. Okay. Yeah, やばかったね. Okay, Seinyan. So, let's. Okay. じゃじゃん. Okay. Okay, so I'll read the ones that are like super like don't need context. I won't. I'll just say thank you with the names for those kind supas that need more context. Wait, or don't need context, or would be confusing. So I'm gonna do a mix of like the ones that like have context and the ones that don't, if that makes sense. Yeah. But yeah, thank you so much for the super support, Seinyan. Thank you for the super support. Arigato ne, honto. Yeah. It's nyan time. Let's go. Nyan time. Let's go. Hi. ということで、nyan time でございます。Today is nyan time. Right now, it is just my appreciation for your kind support, for your kind viewership. Thank you so much for watching SJJ's journey. It is now come to an end. I hope our friendships, continue further into the future, which I think would be very cute and very nice for all of EMS and all of District 5. But let me collect this and collect that, and okay. Hi. For anyone who is new and is not aware of what nyan time is basically a time where I say thank you for your kind support, that you always support me, and it's just my way of saying thank you. It is characterized a little bit more of being kind of closer. So if those of anyone is uncomfortable, please do not worry. From here on out, it is just banter. It is just chill with me and my nyans. And I enjoy it very much. So I hope you do too. But if not, I totally understand. Alright, that said. Ooh. So we're gonna do from... やばいね。なかなかだね。Yeah, よかったね. Oh my goodness, that was what a story, Seinyan. What a story. Apple F nyan 10 ありがとう。thank you. EMS family, let's go. ありがとう。Wooey nyan 10 thank you. Thank you for going back home. Oh, okay. Oh. This was when he went back. That's true, Seinyan. So that context was that they had the phone call. It was crying. They had confessed to Valentina, and he went back home. That was, I think that was the context. Yeah. Ooh, ne. Evenyan 2. I hate that you're so good at acting. Rod, take my tears and applause. That was peak. Thank you for today's stream. 助かる。ありがとう。ありがとう。Thank you, thank you. So, Seinyan, this was, I think this was when the phone call scene where we were crying. And I want to express just how happy I was for this scene. Like, I want to kind of like explain how happy I was for this scene. There was a distinct moment where Ash was like really selling it. You know, I feel like really selling it. And I heard that moment, right? I felt that moment of like really selling the act. And there was a part of me in my mind that switched. Okay, there was a part of me in my mind that was like, you have got to be kidding me. This is an amazing opportunity. I have not had this opportunity to like challenge myself, like really challenge myself. If Sugi, right, the person behind the character, right, is really kind of, you know, bringing the professionalism, right? For me, I was like, I need to, and I've been waiting for this moment to do the best that I could, the possible best that I could, because I don't know about you, it is so rare, in my opinion, to have a moment to just give it your all, right? To just give it your all, because those are the moments that teach you how to get better, right? Those are the moments that make you better, you know? And I really wanted, and I really want to be good, you know? I really want to be good. So, yeah. And so that was a moment where I was just like, lock the heck in, Seible. It's time. This is the moment that you can try and really like sell the act, Seible. Sell it. Like you sell it, Seible, you know, like and I found that I'm not that great, you know, like I'm not that great. Like I let myself feel those emotions to fuel that act and stuff, right? But it's like there needs to be a lot of improvement in how you use the voice and how to not just feel the act, but like to kind of feel those emotions, but to add on the skill as well, you know, to add on the skill, the inflection, to better project it. I learned so much from that. I really learned so much from that, and that made me so happy. Yeah. So yeah, no, thank you. And so it makes me so happy, Evening, because, you know, when you say that it was peak, and when you say it was so good, for me it was just like I'm so thankful, because that means I'm improving, you know. ちゃんとね、もう本当に泣いてる演技のシーンがね、もう、めちゃくちゃなんか瞬間ね、僕もね頑張らないとって思ったね。これはもうちゃんとしないとって、この瞬間、この機会が欲しかったみたいな、もうちゃんとした役みたいな、もうすごい役をしたかったみたいな。で、相手が相手でめちゃくちゃうまく、もうね、お膳立てじゃないけど、その場所を作ってくれてる、その瞬間を作ってくれてるみたいな。これにめちゃくちゃ答えないとねって思って、答えないとそんなうまくなることないよって、答えないとうまくなれないよって、めちゃくちゃ瞬間すっごい感動しましたね。感動して、もう 100% 出そうと頑張りました。はい。viewer-nyans, what do you thank you, nyan? Thank you. ありがとう。ハムコニャンニャン。thank you for the super ありがとう。泣きすぎて目も鼻も顔もボロボロです。誰のせいだって、お前 SJJ のせいだよ。シネマすぎる。演技上手すぎたろう。たら、タロイ。 過ぎたろい。お家に帰ってきててよかった。思い切り泣けた。でもしんどかった。ひとまずはおかえり SJJ でいいんだよね。いやー、もうなんかよかったな。いやー、気持ちいい。あ、ごめん。あ、ごめん。あ、いや。Oh, you know, it's so good. I'm so thankful. Woo, feels so good to make Seinyans cry. I'm sorry. Ooh, oh my god, those tears are delicious, Seinyan. Yeah, もうでもね、Oh my goodness. That was I'm just so thankful. よかった。でもそれね、しかもね、言語を超えるようなね、演技ができたということで、本当に感情が伝わったっていうことだから、もう余計に嬉しいね。もちろんもう分かってくれると思うけどね、英語も分かってきてると思うし、でもそれもね、そんなバリアがあるのにもかかわらず、ちゃんとね、それがもう気持ちのレベルで伝わるっていうのは嬉しい。本当。Nyan too. Do you know how hard it is to hold my tears while watching? The acting was so peak. I really enjoyed the RP despite how heartbroken it drove me. Otsu and welcome home SJJ. Honestly, it really is thanks to Ash's character. You know, it really is like, you know, it's a difficult catch ball, but it was really well played, you know. Ball of catch. What? No, game of catch. Where you throw and you catch and you throw and catch, but it's just been crazy. Nyan, arigato. Otsu SJJ, we got so much swearing, Taskaru, but at what cost? I laughed so hard when you crashed out. Yeah, I crashed out when we yeah. I mean, it's only the S word though. It's not that bad. You know? Yeah. The other word, I'm not even gonna talk about Seinya, you know? Because that was the act, right? That was part of the character, you know? Seinya, did you eat that up? That's crazy. I didn't see anybody eating that up, so I think I'm safe though. I think I'm safe, you know. That scene wasn't you know, yeah, it wasn't eaten up just yet, so I feel like it's gonna go under the radar and nobody's gonna know. Yup. Yeah, おかにゃんにゃんちゅう Thank you for the super ありがとう。おつせいちゃん GTA 始まってから初めての、完全リアタイだった。あ、ほんと。感情の、ジェットコースターで後半はずっと心臓がギューって、なって涙が止まらなかったよ。声を出して泣いてた。心に響く言葉たくさんあった。まだ心が落ち着いてないけど SJJ には帰る場所がある。お帰りなさい。最後の日どうなっていくのかもとっても気になる素敵な時間をありがとう。ありがとうね。やっぱもう全部がね終わってからなんかもうちょっと一息ついた後にね、あ、まあよかったなっていう風に思えるのが嬉しいね。Is that a challenge? No, that's fine. It's okay, Seinya. I don't want to, you know, I'm just going to be like crying in that scene. Like everybody's just crying in that scene, so we're good. You know what fried me though? The heist scene, not the heist scene, the car chase in the middle of like me about to like hop in my car. That was so like, I don't know. That was so random where it was just like, oh. And I'm so glad. I think maybe it was Luca who was like, oh no, he has something else, you know, he's doing RP, you know, kind of thing. Like I feel like someone said that, and I was like, thank you so much for understanding right now because it is an important scene. Yeah. Oh my god, the world was trying to like make us not have a sad day, you know. Akinyan, former Makinyan, thank you for the clarification, you know. Akinyan, thank you for the heart. Arigato. Very nyan too. Thank you for the super. Arigato. I'm throwing every angry gesture and word at you. Incredible acting and character building. Thanks for making everyone cry. Otsu. Arigato. Otsu. I remember, okay, Seinya, full disclosure, I remember thinking, like, oh my goodness, I remember thinking, like, as soon as that scene ended, as soon as that crying scene ended, and as soon as this, like, as soon as we ended stream, I was exhausted. I was so exhausted. But I was bouncing up and down too. I was like on the walls, okay, saying it, because that was so crazy. That was so epic, you know? That was so epic. And I don't know, I really want the opportunity to dive into these characters and dive into these more like flagrant, like aggressive, like big emotions, you know, not the subtle emotions, because the subtle emotions are important too, right? But they're hard to catch. But diving into those like real, like just hysterical, like emotions, you know. And I remember when that whole, like when stream was over, right, I was just like exhausted, but also I was like, no way, that was so cool. I was like so hyped too, because I was like, no way, that just happened. That is crazy, peak RP, you know. マジでね、あの終わった瞬間のなんかもう、なんていうんかな、高ぶりよ。あんだけなんかもう、迫真のね、なんかもう、その、あれだよ、アッシュの演技、次のね、アッシュのキャラとしての演技とね、もうセーブルのね、その SJJ の演技のね、なんかもうこの演技をめっちゃフルにね、もうめちゃくちゃなんかもうぶつける機会なんてないじゃん。もうだけど強敵と、なんか強敵相手に、なんかもう、なんかもうスポーツで戦ってる気持ち、もうシャーみたいな、もうライバルになんかもうめっちゃスポーツの戦いする気持ち、わかるこれ、勝つぞみたいな、相手も仲いいから勝つぞみたいな、もうでもみんながもう勝つぞって超もうぶつかり合って、なんかもう最高やった。あれ最高やった。そう、アッシュと SJJ, it was so amazing. Just kind of like how もうね、最高に泣けたね、みんな。よかった。Oh my god. Yeah. Nicole Nyan Nyan too. Arigato ne. On my rare day off, I ended up watching a gripping movie and cried an absolute mess. Otsu SJJ. Thank you so much for sharing your day off with me and with EMS and all. And I'm so thankful that you enjoyed the cinematic kind of portrayal, the crazy kind of events that happened on that day. And yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's you know, I wanted it to be a movie. Like I wish it was, you know, I wish I could like write a script or something and you know, like maybe narrate or something, or put like some cool like music that's, you know, usable and make like a from a beginning to end kind of thing of like SJJ's journey. I really wish I could do that, but I don't think I can. It's like I feel like it's just for me, it's like things have to, you know, there's always the next thing that's coming, and then I'm rushing to the next deadline, and I'm behind my schedule, and I'm behind on everything, and so I can't even savor these moments really. I can't even savor this. So I hope you'll enjoy the movie. It was, I guess, unedited, you know, uncut, you know. I hope you'll enjoy it as it was. Yeah. Seinyan, did you enjoy the movie? How was the movie, Seinyan? Mm-hmm. No? Yokatta. Yeah, the emotions came so fast. Yeah, they did. Yo, mechagucha ne, they came like all at once, really. Yeah. Nyan, thank you for the super arigato. Sniffles, thank you for that amazing RP. Last phone call in the car, 100 out of 10. Thank you for bringing us along for SJJ's story, Sui-chan. Thank you, arigato. Thank you, Nyan, arigato ne. Ne, Azaria nan ne. Gomen ne. It shows me a different, like, it shows me a different name on like the thing. So Azaria nyan, thank you. Nyan, thank you for the super arigato. Otsu, day 9 of SJJ. What a day. Is it okay for me to say welcome back, SJJ? I'm taking the day off tomorrow so I can really lock in and be there for SJJ's last day. Love you. Love you too, Chianya. Arigato. Yeah, of course. Welcome back, SJJ. And as much as you were scared that I was gonna still, you know, eliminate SJJ on the last day, I didn't. See? You know, I didn't. You should be proud of me, Seinya. I didn't eliminate SJJ on the last day, you know? Yeah. I'm pretty good, right? Nyan. Thank you for the akaspa. Arigato. Otsu day 9. Welcome home, SJJ. Indeed, a memorable birthday. Oh, it's your birthday. Okay. Wishing you and every nyan have a blessed and great day. Love you. Rest well. Okay, let's sing you a birthday song, okay? Hi. Yeah, it's... What the heck? Nyan's birthday! Congratulations! Okay. Happy birthday! あなたのこと心から開いたい Congratulations, Nyan! Happy birthday! Happy birthday. I hope you had a wonderful day. You know, when I think like a few days ago, if I may, I hope you had a wonderful birthday, and I look forward to celebrating next year as well. Yeah, congratulations. And thank you for the big love and big support. Dayo. Who I hope I was able to sing it justice or something. Nyan, thank you for the super arigato. Oh, and this is the last day, Seinyan. So now we are on the last day of... Yes, so we are on the last day of GTA 5, Seinyan. Yup. Okay. Nyan, I missed the last hour on the server yesterday, so I had to watch the rest of it at work, and I'm gonna need... I'm gonna need compensation for the emotional damage you brought upon me. Amazing work, by the way. Oh no, Nyan, I'm so sorry. It's like a different it's like, oh man. You know what it's like? It's like washing a mashi at work. It's like pretty similar, you know, because like, can you imagine just like crying, just bawling your eyes out at work and having to explain why you're crying? And the first thing you have to say is like, well, it's, you see, there's this thing called a GTA, Grand Theft Auto server game. And they're like, you're crying over a game? Wow, that must have been a compelling story. Like, is it like a single player? And it's like, no, it's a multiplayer game. Oh no. No, I'm so sorry, PD. That is unfortunate. I hope you had a good time though. Hana nyan nyan too. Thank you for the heart. Arigato. Serious nyan nyan too. Thank you for the peach. Arigato. Hamuko nyan nyan too. Thank you for the super. Arigato. 今日は、ほぼ、前巻かな選手アーカイブルになると、思うので、スパチャをお先に、ありがとう。SJJ の物語を一緒にアーカイブルが多かったけど、追いかけることができてよかった。嬉しかった。幸せなことも辛いこともあったけど、本当に楽しかった。SJJ、そして EMS ファミリーとの物語の、終焉を楽しみにしています。先生、最後の最後まで District5 を、楽しんでね。ありがとう。ありがとう。いやもうでもね、やっぱもう素敵な最後は最後ちゃんと素敵な、結末を終えたかなって思えるよね。よかったな。いや、いい物語のね、終わりでしたよ。ほんと。Apple F Nyan Nyan too. Bravo, Otsu. Thank you for telling your story, SJJ. You were so brave and so cool. I'm so happy that you found a best friend, a love, life, and a family. It was so fun. SJJ, congratulations to SJJ. Yeah, and you never know where the story takes you, right? So, ありがとうね。Nyan too. Thank you, Apple F Nyan. Sito nyan nyan. Thank you for the pink soup. ありがとう。District5 お疲れ様でした。実は今日は私の誕生日です。この大切な日にサーバーの最後を一緒に見守ることができて本当に幸せです。Soju Boys EMS Family 大切な人、楽しいことも辛いこともどれもが大切な思い出です。サーバーが終わってしまうのは少し寂しいけれど、お疲れ様 SJJ、お疲れ様せいちゃん。素敵な時間、そして素敵な物語をありがとうございました。読み上げは後日。はいはい、ありがとうね。Thank you, thank you. もうね、なんか、もうね、誕生日おめでとう、シートンニャン、シートンニャンね。Thank you, thank you. いや、お誕生日おめでとう。Congratulations, happy birthday, シートンニャン。Happy, happy, happy birthday. なんかもうほんとそうだね。もうよかった。でも嬉しい結末の方で誕生日の方でめちゃくちゃ悲しいストーリーラインやったらちょっと辛いからね。I'm so glad that we went with like the happy ending instead of like the sad ending. Because like, can you imagine having like a birthday and then just having like just like the super duper sad ending happen on the birthday? I'm so happy. よかった。ありがとう。じゃあ、シーテンニャン。じゃあ、私からも誕生日を言わせていただきます。Okay, are you ready? Happy birthday! あなたのこと心から祝いたい。Happy birthday. Happy birthday, シートンニャン。お誕生日おめでとうございます。Congratulations. パチパチパチパチパチ。お誕生日おめでとう。またね、来年も素敵な誕生日迎えれますように。ありがとうね。そしていつもね、様々な形での素敵な応援、本当にありがとうございます。 うん。いや。いや、ほんと本当にね。はあ、なんか、終わったんだなーって思うよね。なんか、like it finally, like it like ended, you know? It's like it ended. Julia Nyan Nyan too. Thank you for the Supa. Thank you SJJ. Thank you for letting us join this journey. Thank you for the beautiful memories. No, thank you. Thank you for following, and thank you for watching all of this story unfold as it did. You know, and it was very cinematic. I really liked it. I think to this day, I think the most cinematic moment was when right after Winnie had called SJJ, Ash had called SJJ. I think it was so cinematic. I think that story progression was crazy. You know, it was a crazy story progression for that. And it was really genuinely cinema, you know. Having that like the skydiving, and the skydiving picture was beautiful, Seinyan. Like the day off with the skydiving. GTA 5 was gorgeous. I think a lot of it was like the people, but also another part of it was that it was beautiful. It was truly like beautiful. There's so many scenes. Like someday I want to make like a movie in GTA 5 or something. You know, I want to make some kind of movie in GTA 5. Maybe someday in like another server, if we ever have the opportunity, you know, like I really want something. Oh my goodness, I really want like it to be combined into like a narrative story, you know, like a story of like, say like SJJ's story, you know. And for the next character that we do, some kind of character that we do, I want them to have an interesting story too, you know. It really is like acting. Like it really is like acting in a film, you know. Oh my goodness. And it was just so beautiful. It's a gorgeous game. Someday, GTA 6 someday. I think I would GTA 6 would be so crazy for me. I don't know. I loved it. I loved it so much. You know. Wow. Yeah, wow. Wow. I still can't get over how beautiful that skydiving picture was. That's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Oh my god. I should have spent more time trying to get like really cinematic, beautiful screenshots. That's the only thing I yeah. But not just the journey, it was the beautiful memories. And I think the most important, like real talk, Senior, the most important thing that I found for me was just how you know, I just want to say this about you know, my Seinyans, because there was a part of me that was like kind of worried a little bit, you know, that because, you know, we share a deep appreciation and kindness and love for each other, that, you know, you wouldn't kind of, you know, my Seinyans might not see that, like, hey, this isn't, you know, we're playing characters here, you know. And you know, I didn't want my Seinyans to feel hurt in any way too. But of course, you know, like I had already mentioned that I wouldn't kind of limit my activities based on that fact, right? Like I've kind of made it clear ever since debut that I wouldn't limit myself, you know, based on that. And so, given those circumstances, right, I just want to say, and I just want to reiterate, right, that like, Seinyan, I'm so like genuinely impressed and touched by how supportive you've been, how well you've done, and how just how disciplined you've been as well, right? Like all of these things, and it's so mature. It's so mature, and it's what I've always dreamed of in a community, that like I'm not shy to express my joy, the joy that I find from being with my nyans, I'm not shy to express my love to my nyans. But it makes me so happy to see a healthy side to a healthy side, to this, having a healthy side to all that we have, and it makes me so proud. It makes me so proud, because I know it's such a hard balance to keep, but my Seinyans were so good at keeping it, So I want to say thank you. I'm so proud, and of course, remember, Seinyan, like we can all support everyone out there, like it doesn't matter. Everyone is amazing, and I'm, again, like I said, I'm just so appreciative for everyone who played the character that they did. If I'm honest, I want to say even more support, like even big support for Sugi Aoki, who played Ash, because I think personally, this is just my personal worry, like how I worry about everything, right? I worry that she was, her character Ash was maybe potentially boxed into kind of the interactions with Seible, for example. Like maybe we weren't able to explore much more of Ash's character as a character. And so there's a lot of these considerations, and so please be super supportive, super kind, continue to be for everyone, because a lot of people probably made a lot of different sacrifices or a lot of different choices to make the story that we had in all of District 5, That's the crazy thing about RP. People interact with each other, and people's actions change outcomes too. And so I want to remember, and I want to make sure that we always remember that it takes a lot of energy, effort, and that everybody did so well. Everybody did so well. And yeah, so I'm just very thankful to everyone. I'm just thankful to everyone, okay? Nyan, Nyan, 10. Thank you for the 赤スパ、ありがとう。マジか、いいの？ What's the SJJ? What's the District 5? いいの？ほんと。Oh my god. Thank you for the peak cinema. I really enjoyed it so much. Watching your POV was truly the highlight of my days for these 2 weeks. Thank you, Nyan. ありがとう。ありがとう。Thank you for watching my POV amidst many amazing POVs out there. I really appreciate it. And thank you for the big love and big support, Jinya. Arigato ne. Yeah. Iganyan, yeah. Dude, thank you for the pink Supa. Pachi, pachi, pachi. Arigato. Thank you. いや、もう本当にありがとうね。もうビッグラブとビッグサポートありがとうね、本当。うん。いや、もう。I hope you had a good cinematic time, Seinyan. Jian, dude, thank you for the pink soup, arigato. Thank you, SJJ, for the journey. Thank you for all the smiles and tears. I'm so glad I was here for it. I'll miss SJJ and EMS so much. Love you and welcome back, Sei-chan. Love you too, Jian-yang. And I'm home, Seinyan. I'm home. Tadaima. Tadaima. Ooh, Seinyan. I'm home and I'm still behind on stuff, clearly. I still owe my big Seinyans a nice vlog, you know. I'm hoping to work on that, get some time to work on that. And I still have a bunch of deadlines coming up, and we have the anniversary coming up, and we have another mini fun announcement coming up soon, Seinya, for me specifically. Not something big, but not a big thing, you know, but me specifically coming up in, like, you know, a bit. Yeah. Yo, I know, right? Like, yo. It's coming up real quick. Yeah. Nothing crazy though. Seinya. Nothing crazy. You know, nothing too big or anything. And so I'm very thankful to be back. I'm happy to be back. And yeah. ちょっとね、ちょっとまあ、近いうちにね、本当に小さなね、単位に小さなアナウンスがございまして、はい。めっちゃ小さいね。ほんまに小さいやつ。はい、もう本当に近頃来ると思うので、ぜひ楽しみにしてください。はい。ねえ。ありがとう、ちやにゃん。Thank you for the big love and big support, にゃん。Mikey Nyan Nyan too. Thank you for the wonderful journey you brought us with SJJ and EMS. It was truly awesome to experience seeing you bring him to life. Well done. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think it was I think we did a good job, and it's all thanks to everyone around me. Radish Nyan Nyan too. Thank you for the yellow soup. Arigato. Otsu Sei-chan, how you guided the story of SJJ and his actions was so beautifully done. Huge props to you for the lovely RP. Thank you. Arigato. It really just couldn't have been done with everybody around me. You know, like everybody around me really, you know, it was really carried by everyone, you know. It was carried by everyone, I feel like, you know, and there's just so much appreciation for that. Yeah. Thank you so much, though. I hope you enjoyed, Radish-nyan. Arigato ne. Thank you. Wui-nyan, nyan, too. Thank you for the orange soup. Arigato. Thank you for writing such a beautiful story. I truly enjoyed every moment and felt the rich and mixed emotions you and everyone you interacted with conveyed. Otsu EMS, Otsu Sei-chan, and good night, SJJ. Arigato. Thank you. Yabai ne. You're so, yeah. Otsu EMS, Otsu Sei-chan, Otsu SJJ. はあ、間違いないね。ほんとだね。よかったな。楽しかったな。おかにゃんにゃん。Thank you for the pink soup. ありがとう。Otsu Sei-chan、ついにエンディングを迎えたね。 SJJ が過ごしてきた時間にはいろんなドラマがあったと思うけど、今回のエンディングにまた胸がいっぱいで泣いてる。この物語は終わっても記憶と心に残るよ。この後は SJJ のことへ少し思いを馳せながらもう少し余韻に浸るよ。 SJJ EMS 最高。せいちゃんもこの日々を楽しめたようでよかった。素敵な時間を本当にありがとう。最終日をね終えてね、いやもう最終日を終えて、もう素敵なね結末も終えて、最終的にはもう SJJ もそれなりのね喜びと幸せを持って舞台から退場しましたと。ああ、よかった。ありがとう。やっぱね、僕もね、そう終わった時のそのなんていうかな、余韻に浸ってましたね。はい。ありがとうね、おかにゃんにゃん。Arston Nyan Nyan too. Thank you for the wonderful journey. Otsu EMS and SJJ. Thank you, Arston Nyan. Arigato. Itsume Nyan Nyan. Thank you for the pink super! SJJ ありがとう。素敵なストーリーをありがとう。胸がいっぱいです。そして、おかえり、せいちゃん。Love you, love you too! ただいま。ただいま、ただいま。いや、もうなんかね、長い間待っててくれてありがとうね。いや、楽しかったね。いい映画を一緒に見れたね。Rina Nyan Nyan SJJ, thank you so much for the beautiful story. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. It's good to see a nice end to the story, you know? Nyan Nyan, thank you for the orange soup. ありがとう。長かったような、短かったような、素敵な時間を一緒に過ごせて幸せだったよ。お疲れ様でした。そしてありがとう。ゆっくり休んでね。せいちゃん大好きだよ。こちらこそ大好きやで。ありがとう。Thank you, thank you. いや、もう、長くて短くてね。もう一瞬でした。もう一瞬でした。もう、はい。地図にゃんにゃんちゅう。Thank you for the rainbow. Thank you for the nyan nyan. ありがとう。And thank you for the heart. ありがとうね、地図にゃん。Thank you, thank you. あしおかちゃんにゃんにゃん。Thank you for the pink soup. ありがとう。Otsu on the story, an amazing journey of SJJ. It's so cool to look back now and see how far SJJ came and how his interactions with EMS and patients changed him little by little. And that last dispatch was honestly the perfect end. I felt so too. I felt so too. I think it was the good end. I think it worked perfectly. よかったね。あれはもうなんかいい最終の結末だったね。I think it was the good final end. Thank you so much, アショカちゃんにゃん。ありがとうね。And I like how he did change over time. I like how he grew over time. You know. まあよかったね。よかった。ミロニャンニャン。Thank you for the pink soup. ありがとう。What's SJJ in District 5? EMS と SJJ と忘れられないすごい経験をさせてもらった気分です。楽しい期間と素晴らしい思い出を本当にありがとう。せいちゃんってすごい。スタンディングオベーション。しばらく、SJJ ロスになりそうかもです。SJJ ロス。Oh, are you gonna miss SJJ, Seinyan? Are you gonna miss SJJ? I don't know how, I don't know if I'm gonna miss SJJ. I think SJJ was cute. But he was definitely quite the character. And yeah, I'm gonna miss the EMS. I'm gonna miss the people we hung out with. I think it was fun. I think it was just a great time. But I don't know. I'm and I want to say that, like, I know that Luca and all the mods, right? Luca senpai, all the mods worked so hard, right? They worked so hard behind the scenes, and I just feel like they don't get enough credit for what an amazing thing, what an amazing kind of moment, a space that they were able to make. They truly, made something beautiful. I feel like, and there's times where it's just like, not everybody gets what they want. Not everything is quote unquote perfect. It's never gonna be quote unquote perfect. It's just not gonna happen, right? But they did such a amazing job to make everything work and to try and make everything amazing. And they did. And it takes so much effort, it takes so much energy, it takes so much time and so much sacrifice. And I think if anybody is the hero, it's really them. Like, they are the biggest heroes of SJJ's life, of everybody in the server's life. You know, no matter what story they had, no matter what they did, no matter what, how, who, what, when, you know, how they tried, you know, all that kind of stuff. You know, it's all thanks to Luca, you know, Wilson, the mods, right? That made it even possible. That made it even a thing, you know? And I hope they see that. I hope they get the credit that they deserve, you know. Yeah. It's not even about getting credit too, but for me it's like it's something that I just think is such an insane feat, you know, what they were able to do. And to be able to affect so many people and so many of their communities in such a crazy positive way, you know. So, ありがとね。ね、スタンディングオベーションだね。やっぱ、ほんとスタンディングオベーションだね。ミロニャン、ありがとうにゃん。10 Room fix nyan nyan 2 Otsu Sei-chan and good night SJJ. Thank you. Otsu on the final day. ありがとう。ライニャンニャン。10 Thank you for the pink soup. ありがとう。せいちゃん GTA 最後まで。はい。完遂かなおめでとう。観測かなおめでとう。そしてお疲れ様でした。アーカイブルは昨日の分まで見終わって、感想か。見終わって、ありがとう。見終わって、毎回せいちゃんってすごい、役者さんみたいって思ったよ。舞台や映画だったら、フラワースタンド送ってた。あとね、時々リアタイの覗いてはいたんだけど、SJJ すぎて、せいちゃん不足です。ゆっくり休んだら、またいつものせいちゃんに合わせてね。大好きだよ。こちらこそ大好きやで。ありがとう。にゃーん。ほんとやね。なんかまあちょっと、ね、不足になるよね。そりゃもう、2週間もあればね。ねえ、いやでもね、なんかその役者さんのね、なんか役者さん夢に見たこともね、なんか若干あるから、正直、そういったところはね、若干あるから、もっともっと上手くなれたらいいなっていうふうに思う。もっと上手くなれたら嬉しいなって思ったりするかな。でもそれ、ね、そんだけ言ってくれるとね、なんかやっぱ僕もね、なんか真剣に頑張って真剣にやっていきたいなって気持ちだよ。ありがとうね、ライニャン。おゆにゃんにゃん。10 Thank you for the pink soup. ありがとう。I'm so happy that I could witness such a wonderful story. Thank you so much, truly, and my deepest thanks to Seible-kun and everyone who colored this story. おつ SJJ、おつ EMS、本当に楽しかった。Thank you so much. Thank you so much for viewing it. And you know what I really liked about, you know, coloring the story, like the phrase coloring the story, right? It's so nice. The comment is so nice because in SJJ's letter, a lot of it was about coloring the rain, right? Coloring the rain was like a kind of like thematic kind of statement in SJJ's letters and stuff. And so when you say, you know, coloring the story, it's just like, oh, thank you. You know, it's just such a nice, like, kind of like ode back to the letter and stuff. いや、ありがとう。本当に楽しかった。いや、もう本当最後にね、ハッピーエンドで終えてよかったって思えたね。ありがとう。にゃーん。10いつめにゃーん。にゃーん。10 Thank you for the wine super. スパチャだけ失礼します。OK。Thank you. 今日ですね。はい。GTA、感想お疲れ様。GTA 期間はあんまり配信も見れなかったけど、それでも最終日にとっても、素敵だなって思える旅でした。 私はまだまだアーカイブルが残ってるのでゆっくり楽しませていただきます。SJJ はたくさん見たけど GTA 期間はせいちゃんに会えなくてせいちゃん不足だったね。干からびるかと思った。お仕事あるから、今日も会えるかわからないけどせいちゃん大好き。ありがとう。お疲れ様だ。見た頃にはお疲れ様だよ。ね、お疲れお疲れ。もうなんかね、ちょっと恋しかったね。いや、ただいまだよ。安心して。いつめにゃにゃんちゅう。こっちはよなり。オッケーオッケーオッケー。ありがとう。Thank you, thank you. うんうんうんうんうん。ああ、でもいいよ。全然いいよ。うん。そうそう、全然構わないよ。うん。ありがとね。問題ない。そう、問題ないよ。ズキニャンニャン。Thank you for the heart. ありがとう。Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the heart. Much big love. Much appreciated だぜ。Thank you. うん。ででん。The super sticker だぜ。super sticker. Wait, nyan nyan. Dude, thank you for the yellow super. It was so exciting. Sorry, I was having some brain lag, by the way, just FYI. I was so excited to see you so immersed into this role and captured everyone's hearts. I'll miss him a lot. Otsu SJJ. Also, it was my birthday 2 days ago. Sending all my love to you and Seinyans. Oh, what? Hi. Wait, Nyan. Happy birthday. Thank you so much for celebrating your birthday here with the Seinyans too. じゃあ行きます。Happy birthday あなたのこと心から祝いたい Happy birthday ウェイウェイ Happy birthday お誕生日おめでとうねえいいねじゃにゃんにゃんチューThank you for the 赤スパありがとう Thank you for the big love, big support ありがとう I miss SJJ, but I think this is a good endpoint for the story. I can see many similarities and differences between you and SJJ. I'm thankful that you always express your love. It makes me express my love more too. Love you. Thank you. ありがとう Will we meet SJJ again in JP ASMR? In due time. Yes, in due time for sure. For sure, because we did one in English. I don't know what SJJ's character would be like in Japanese. Still need to like figure that one out, but yes, I hope to do so. Yeah. Yup. Looking forward to. Are you looking forward to it, Seinya? Are you looking forward to like JP SJJ JP version? どうだ楽しみぜひ楽しみにしてね。looking forward to ちょっとね、時間かかっちゃいそうだと思います。でも本当に。もうただでさえね、息する時間すらもないっていうような気持ちなので、だいぶちょっとストレスを感じてはいますね。はっきり言って。Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to wait for a lot of things. We're behind schedule on a lot of things, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm really stressed. So, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. But yeah. そうなんだよね。そうなんだよね。ちょっと。でも、頑張るしかないよね。頑張るよ。おいら頑張るよ。Thank you, ちゃにゃんにゃん。10。ハムコにゃんにゃん。10でギブでよろすぱありがとう。SJJ や EMS ファミリーの物語を最後まで見ることができて嬉しかったし、何よりせいせいが GTA の世界を楽しくプレイできたのが嬉しいよ。今日も GTA の裏話とかをたくさん聞けて楽しかった。お話ししてくれてありがとう。そして、せいせいお帰りなさい。SJJ に会えないのは少し寂しいけど、せいせいに会える方が正直嬉しいです。 先生大好きだよ。こちらこそ大好きやで。ありがとうね。いや、もう、そうだね。なんかまあ、ちょうどね、もう、いいところで終わった。素敵な結末が、ね、素敵なストーリーのおしまいで。ちょうどね、僕もね、いやもうなんかね、いいんじゃないかなと思いましたね。もう、はい、もういいんじゃないかなって、ちょっとだけ思いましたね。だからね、ちょっとまあ SJJ は恋しいかもしれないですけど、またね、完全に僕がね、普通に戻ってきて、普通にワイワイするのが楽しみです。うん。ねえ。まあ、名残惜しさも若干あるかもしれないけど、ね。ね。ね。ね。ね。ね。ね。ね。ね。ね。ね。ね。ね。ぬぬぬ。ねねね。うん。うんふん。は。ででん。OK。うん。うん。うん。うん。うん。うん。うん。あ、はい。ちょっと待ってね。ちょっと待ってね。こうしよう。じゃじゃーん。じゃじゃーん。はい。みかにゃんにゃん。Dude, thank you for the super arigato. Seible, I just want to say how much I adore and appreciate you. You're such a kind and beautiful soul, and I'm really proud to be one of your Seinyans. Thank you for sharing all of that with us. Of course. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the big love and big support, Mika-nyan. Arigato ne. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really happy. Oh, there is. Nice catch, Seinyan. Good job. Let's throw that BGM back on. Bam. Feels a little lonely without it, you know? I mean, I feel a little lonely without it. Yeah, no, I'm very glad, I'm glad to kind of talk about like behind the scenes as well. And I'm just really glad, to be, surrounded by my Seinyans and stuff. And yeah, I don't know. Every day is nice. Every day is great, and yeah, just want to make you happy, I'm just a chill guy. I'm just me. So, yeah. Yup. Tomanyan. Dude, thank you for the pink super arigato. I'll miss SJJ a lot. I'm happy he was able to experience freedom for all of us. He has a great heart, and though he had a hard past, I'm glad everyone of us saw this beautiful side of him. I'll miss him, but I've also missed our loving promoter, Seible. I'm back! I'm back! Ooh, I'm back! Yeah! Okay, sorry, my bad. Oh, thank you, Tomanya. Arigato, nyan. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Oh my god. I don't know what we're gonna. Well, Xenia, as you might have noticed, we do not have a schedule up or anything. So I'm actually not sure what I want to do with that, because I know I have like an internal schedule, but I'm like so behind. I'm so behind, Xenia. Like it's kind of impressive at this point, It's actually impressive at this point. But yeah, we'll have a few. The thing is, it's because we have like a few things that are kind of in tow or in line, that it's gonna be a little hard to get back to a regular schedule. Few positive things, okay? Positive things. I know we are going to be hanging out with Ver Senpai, for a radio stream. Very excited to chat with Ver I haven't had as many opportunities to hang out with Ver too, so this is very exciting for me. Yeah, yeah. Andそうだね、そうなんだよ. I have another something coming up for you. We also have the anniversary, which I need to prepare for. I need to catch up with a vlog as well. I need to catch up with schedules as well. There's a lot of offline stuff I need to do. And now I'm just trauma dumping on you. I'm sorry, my bad. So basically what's going on is we may actually genuinely, I think in the month of March, I want there to be a time where I just take a full like 5 days, like a full week off, you know. So Seinyan, prepare your hearts here. I think at some point in March, I want to take like a full like 5 days or something, like a week, and then like get like just really kind of get everything I want done for like the future stuff, you know. I don't want to kind of keep like catching up because I stream so much kind of thing. I want to like just get ahead, you know. 出るかな、いや、わかんない。出るかもだし、出ないかもしれない。ちょっともうわかんない、今は。そう。I don't know. So, ちょっと期待しないでくださいということですね。ちょっと正しい期待値かなっていう。I took 10 days off? Oh my goodness, right? True. Oh my god. Did we even have like, we had like, I don't think I've had like a break from work. In how long? Maybe it's been like any day I'm off, I'm like catching up, you know. So any day I'm off, I'm doing catch-up work and offline work. So it's like yesterday was like a break, sort of. You know, yesterday was like a nice little like mini reprieve, you know, break a little bit, kind of, just a tiny bit, yeah. But yeah, I need to take a break. Yeah, I need to take a like a vacation, like a human vacation, you know. But we'll get there. Oh, yesterday, sure. I was in Sakura Village, exactly, with Uki. Yeah, with Uki Nyanya, I was in Sakura Village. Yeah. You know, I heard it seems that Ukinya likes me. And Uki was so surprised, and I was like, yeah, I'm good with pets. Yeah. I was so proud of myself. I was just like, yeah. You know, I didn't show it, but like inside my mind I was like, yeah. Haha. Yup. I was like, yup. They know I'm a chill guy. But that's another conversation. That's another conversation, and that's not my story to give, if at all. Yeah, no, it was super cute. It was all nestled up to me and stuff. And then Ukinya was like right next to my thigh and stuff, and he was just like purring and stuff. I didn't know he was purring. I thought he was like just breathing, you know. It's like breathing sounds. I thought it was like just, oh, this is what cat do. So yeah, I'm so sorry. My first thought was like, oh, this breathing noise is what cat do. Cat do the breathe noise, and therefore cat breathe, and cat make noise. Therefore, it is cat. But apparently, it's the purring noise. I was kind of surprised. This is when you know that you don't have cats, you know. I have a Seinyan. It's different. What's it doing constant? 水の呼吸みたいな。なぎ。一の方、水の呼吸。なぎ。 いやー、面白いな。Oh, Seinyan, do you purr too? Okay, wait, Seinyan. Okay, you said it. You said it. Seinyan. Are you ready? Okay, purr for me, Seinyan. Okay, are you ready? Purr for me. Okay, let me hear you purr. Where's my purring? I'm listening. What is this silence, Seinyan? What is up with this silence? Oh, that's so cute. Oh, yeah, that's my little Seinyans. That's my little Seinyans. There we go. Oh, oh, oh. Kawaii na, Seinyan. Oh, you're so cute, Seinyan. Do we get head pats? Nah. Oh my god. I'm back to playing around with my Seinyan too. Okay. But before I go, thank you so much, Seinya. Also, Ashoka-chan nyan too. Thank you for the 5 gifted members. Arigato. Jen nyan too. Thank you for the 5 gifted members. Arigato. Thank you. And thank you everyone for joining SJJ on this beautiful journey. And it is time, unfortunately, for me to say goodbye. Are you gonna miss me, Seinya? Are you gonna miss me? Seinya, are you gonna miss me? By the way, I haven't mentioned it yet, but there is a voice pack coming soon. The White Day. Is that is it? There's a voice pack coming soon. It's not out yet. I'm excited. So, okay, what should I say? Seinya? How much should I disclose here? I'm not done yet, but it's not even on sale yet, Seinya. It's not even on sale yet. So what should I disclose to you, Seinya? What should I disclose, Seinya? Okay. Let me make some double checks here. Let me make some double checks. Let me double check here, make sure everything is in order. Hi. Oh, yes. Okay. Seinyan. Okay. So, Seinyan. Okay. Oh, what should I say? Oh, should I say it? Should I tell it? Oh, should I spoil it? Okay. The White Day voice is not modern. It's not modern. ちょっとね、ネタバレしましょうね。しますよ。しましょうね。じゃなくて、しますよ。ネタバレ。ちょっとだけね。ちょっとだけ。ホワイトデーボイスですよね。そうだよね。あ、よかった。そう。怖い。ホワイトデーボイス。はい。 the white day voice. For context, it's basically like during Valentine's Day you get a chocolate, and then on white day you kind of like return the chocolate. That's kind of like the idea. It's not all cultures are part of it. Like in Japan, it's pretty prevalent. But yeah, that's kind of what it is. Okay, so for the white day voice, it is medieval themed, sort of. It is medieval themed. It is of similar fashion, potentially, kind of, sort of. So maybe not medieval, but it is of similar fashion to previous. Okay, if you're saying caveman Riz, I'm just gonna let you. I'm gonna clock you hard. Okay, Seinyan. Did you want me to Riz up all the girls in like GTA 5? Did you want me to do that? Okay, that's right. That's right. You better not. You better not be saying that. Okay. Okay, I would have actively broken your hearts if I wanted to, Seinyan. So you better not be joking about that. Jeez. My goodness. My goodness, you're crazy. Like crazy, Seinyan. That's right. You can't be saying caveman Riz. And here I was making sure, doing all that I could to never make, you know, put any jeopardization of Seinyan's feelings at all. You know, I was dancing around, touching, you know, like making sure, like putting up every kind of like awkward Riz up just for you, Seinyan. And this is what you say, caveman Riz? Nah, Seinyan. Nah, Seinyan. I can't believe you. Of course, that's not the only reason, but like, you know. I only need to hear compliments, Seinyan. I did a good job, Seinyan, so you should give me compliments. I'm waiting for your compliments right now. I'm waiting for your compliments. All right, I'm ears. I'm all ears. All right, let me see it. Oh, because I said not modern. Oh, okay, sorry, my bad. Sorry, my bad, Seinyan, my bad. I mean, medieval is not like modern. Okay? Medieval is not caveman era. What is this? Like, my goodness. Are you saying I am saying cavemen don't have Riz, okay? I'm saying cavemen don't have Riz, okay? Exactly. That is what I'm saying. I'm saying that, okay? You know? I think they're Rizless, okay? And here I was being accused of caveman Riz, calling me an unk. That's what you're doing. You're just calling me an unk. Okay, anyways. So moving back along to the kind of topic of the conversation here, because we got a little sidetracked just now. Anywho, what I was trying to say though is that what caveman are you? What I was trying to say though is that basically it's kind of like it's a little like it's kind of similar. It would be in the same type of universe as the previous voice pack, you know. It would be in the same type of universe as the previous voice pack. And I have a present for my nyans. Yes, I have a present for my nyans. And this one's gonna be a little different, Sina. This one's gonna be a little different present. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. Yup. And we shall see. I hope you will enjoy. And yeah, I'm excited, Seinya. I'm pretty excited, you know? Looking forward to it. Yeah. So that's a spoiler, you know, that's a little bit of a spoiler. And you know, these presents are, again, always just a thank you, a sincere thank you to you for supporting me through those voice packs and for supporting my journey through all the things that you do in many various ways, right? And yeah, I hope you look forward to it. So that's about it. I'm not gonna say too much. It's a little bit more interesting. It's not really chocolate based, for example. Like, it's not really about the chocolates. But I'll keep it up to your imagination. It's like more like Prince-like. It's more it's like I would say it's like a white day prince. A white day prince is the kind of theme for this one. So, looking forward to it. I'll see you soon, Seinya. I'll see you soon. And schedule to come shortly. Potentially not today. But yeah, I still need to figure out my schedule because I've never really have not had time to do that. じゃあ、セイニャン。またね。バイバイ。セイニャラ。バイバイ。バイバイバイバイバイ。バイバイ。おつおつおつ。バイバイ。ただいまやで。セイニャンおかえり。Welcome home, Seinyan, and I'm home, Seinyan. Bye bye.